laughing so hard, here it goes again. Time will wait for us, so I thought. I've been rest out of luck, it's just the usual stuff and all. But where your footsteps go, what am I doing here? I don't know how you're feeling now, hope you were not lonely. Worrying about the weather, are you crying? Coming home, I'll be waiting for your words. I'll be there, proud of you. Can't wait to see you smiling. Coming home, but those words seem just to fade away. The sun has gone down long time ago. Our goddamn, our school, our neighborhood, places to love. Can't find anything left of you. On the highway to the border, even over the seven seas. Can't find your footsteps, though, still looking for your trace. I don't know how you're doing now, hope you're as scared alone. No one will harm you, so please stop crying. Coming home, I'll be waiting for your words. I'll be there, lonely too. Can't wait to see you smiling. Coming home, but those words are now lost in the wind. The moon has came up long time ago. What should I do now? Not sure who I am anymore. Was it only me who thought we were family? Coming home, I'm here waiting to hear words. I'll be there, proud of you. Can't wait to see you smiling. Coming home, but those words seem just to fade away. The sun has gone down long time ago.
Hello everyone, my name is Notepad Anon, and I like to write games for fun. But today we're not going to write a game, we're going to be looking at a handful. The games I have picked today were specifically ones without really any purpose or place. I legitimately had no idea where to put half of these. Most of them are oddities, strangers, and generally kind of meh. Yeah, so one of the problems about this entire stream is that these games are the games that people tend to forget about. And if they don't forget about them, it's because there's something about them that isn't about the game, if that makes any sense. Generally speaking, of all the games we're going to be going over today, we got a pretty wide assortment of weird shit. Not necessarily good, just odd. And if I don't sound In this stream, Notepad reviews his entire Rift collection. I would be here for literal days if I went over every single Rift's book. That's an end of the year stream if I've ever heard one. But generally speaking, about there. But the games we're going to be going over today are Kuro, a game you probably never heard about. Actually, it should. A game you've probably never heard about. Mythender, a game you've probably heard about but have never actually seen any human being actually play. The Lightning War, which is a game I've been perpetually obsessed with trying to find for a while now, and luckily one of the patrons actually found it for me. And probably the most well-known one, Never Going Home. Yeah, this is Never Going Home. You've probably heard about the best game. We're also going to go over a little bit on Quest. You've probably also heard of Quest, because everybody loves Quest. But yeah, we got 5 games lined up today. And all of them are... oof. all of them do have a little bit of oof going on for a few reasons. Also, if I don't sound beautifully, if I don't sound great, I have allergies. My nose is a little bit plugged up, so bear with me here if I don't sound amazing. However, so what's the first game we're going to be going over today? What's actually the first thing on the metaphorical chopping block? Well, I thought we should go over probably one of the best known, probably one of the better known ones. This is Never Going Home. Let me update the stream here really fast. You fuckers don't vote for the Modern Warfare case. You fuckers never vote for that. So you don't get my ops and tactics. It's right there. You guys don't vote for it, so you're getting this. And your vote is worth only 1. You gotta rally the people, Varric. But yeah, this is Never Going Home. Now, you've probably heard of Never Going Home before. And you want to know why you've probably heard of Never Going Home? You've probably heard about this game because we go... this is why you've heard about this game before. The artwork for this game is phenomenal. Very thematic, very pretty, very interesting, very thematic. I adore the artwork in this game because it looks really interesting. It's kind of cool. And you'll look, oh, it's like, oh, wow, look, it's that. Oh. Look at all the beautiful artwork. It's so amazing. It's so interesting. So cool looking. So hip. So neato burrito. However, I've never heard anybody actually speak about the game. I've heard very few people being like, here's the game. So that's what we're going to be going over today. So Never Going Home proper actually was a Kickstarter project. Of course it was. Never Going Home, the World War occult role-playing game. Yes, it's technically this is a give me one. The best of World War One. It's about the weird World War One. Yes, World War One. Now, you may be saying, wait a moment, Notepad, that name sounds really familiar, and it really should. This is Wet Ink Games. We've actually gone over one of their games before, which was Wild Skies Europa Tempest, which was about World War I as well. Yeah, it was also about World War One. None of the odd thing is, like, a lot of their other games, like, I've heard nobody talk about Timburia, Remnant of Rome. I've heard nobody talk about this one. This one barely got funded. Jingashi, this was one that I saw talked about quite a bit. And then I have seen absolutely nothing on. Like, no one has talked about it for a while. Little bit odd. I'm like, cool. Never heard of it. And this is their most recent project, which was Heckin' Good Doggos, which is the kind of, this is the kind of, like, Heckin' Good Doggos is the kind of phrasing I commit hate crimes over. Just remember that, everybody. Your blood is on your hands. Yeah, you see some of these which are like, oh, they have a weird assortment of games. Let's just say that. They have a weird assortment of games. But this is probably their best known one. This is probably the one that most people know about. Is Never Going Home Design Not Final. That is very untrue. And it's like, alright, cool. So, let's see the website, alright? What's Never Going Home TTRPG all about? What it games? It's $10 for a PDF, $20 for a softcover, and $20 for both, which I think was kind of interesting. And it actually won the 2020 ENnie Award for Best Art. Note this right here. Actually, it was nominated for a 2020 ENnie Award for Best Art. Nominated. Remember this phrase right here. Best art. Not gameplay, not anything like that. Yeah, no, it's a lot of people like, oh my god, it's great, it's wonderful, it's awesome. It's like, I don't know why. It actually sold very well. It's actually a mithril seller, so a lot of people have bought this game, which led to, let's bring up the Wet Ink game, which led to these guys actually pumping out quite a few expansions. Book of Whispers, Tome of the Corrupted Beasts, Once More Unto the Breach, Bones of the Dust, Tears in the Sea. All of them are slightly different. Like, here's a U-boat crew, your British, it's Gallipoli. Here's a bunch of weird things here. It's like, okay then. Alright, so the actual, like, main writer for this game is Brandon K. Aten and Matthew Orr. Now, Brandon K. Aten has actually done quite a few things. Actually, I can just click on right here. Yeah, you can find everything. This is who he is. Right here, this is who the guy is. As you can see, he does role-playing stuff. Oh, Jesus. But yeah, very much this, and he has done quite a few different games. His big thing from way back in the day was that he actually worked on Rifts. He did a bunch of world books back in the day, such as DBs of North America, Mad Haven, and Triax. Outside of that, Wild Skies. He's done Wild Skies and Timburia, Remnant of Rome. Nothing really, like, exciting, if that makes any sense. Like, this guy isn't really like this guy isn't fucking, Monty Cook or something. A lot of little stuff, but this is like his big thing. Now, the system the game actually employs is called the +1 system. I can actually... Actually, I didn't even know he wrote riffs when I first stumbled on him in Wild Skies. However, I realized very quickly why he wrote Wild Skies because of it. But yes, he uses the +1 system, which, fun fact, that this is impossible to search. This is like the only game I know which uses it. And as you can kind of see here, it's like, oh, Matthew Orr, Sarah Orr. Sarah Orr is married to Brandon. these two are married. This is his brother-in-law. This is his brother, his step brother-in-law. And you kind of see that now. There's two people I want you to really pay attention to. This is William Knox Gunn, who did the layout, Carol Darnell, who's the editor, and finally Charles Ferguson Avery. Now, if you give me 1 second, I'm going to open up this, and going to Charles Ferguson Avery. Art. This is Charles. And let's go to his Instagram, his gram. And you see, this guy is an artist. He was the head artist. He's the one who did all the various art for Never Going Home. As you can see, he's very stylized style, and it's actually very good. I actually quite enjoy his style. It's very kind of weird, kind of art, very artistic, but I like it. Has a good vibe to it, you could say. And that good vibe is good, and I like good vibes. However, as you can already kind of tell, he's very well known for this particular one, and you're going to like it. For a while there, I actually thought it was Gone with the Blast Wave guy. It is not the Gone with the Blast Wave guy. And you kind of understand now, like, why this was... Oh, he's been doing all the He's been doing all the artwork and all the art books for it. But yeah, this guy in particular is kind of the reason why you probably know Never Going Home. And we're gonna see, this game looks like ass. Yeah, it's... I like to name some of my systems. It kind of gives a good idea for some things. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Other times I just call it like this is a budget interlock system. Now, and the thing is, there was greater ambitions here, because there is a lot, actually. There's quite a few books for Never Going Home, but what is this game? What the fuck are we dealing with here? Well, this is the first thing. Death is what we see when awake. When we are asleep, it is dreams. And in case you're wondering, like, why these pages look so weird, this is just what I got. And this was the same thing with Wild Skies. And I know it's not just like a bad scan, because you have these. This is text. The text looks fine. This looks wonky. And we're going to see some of the artwork got really scuffed, I guess. Now, you're probably already going to see something for all you graphic design people. The margins on this thing are 0.5. They're very small margins. And yeah, he's going to go over the Mr. Atten has like a weird obsession with World War I. And so here's the buy-in. With a role-playing game, it's party-focused. Never Go Home uses the +1 system-focused play and growth on what an individual can do as part of a larger story that follows a group of soldiers called a unit. Because the idea is that it's about an individual and their struggle. It's cool. This is fine. It's also horror-haunted and the First World War. Wowzers. I want you to remember that. And this is your last chance to turn back in this, like, terrible-looking fucking game. It's great. I love it. People are pinging me. Who's pinging? Begone, you. And then you're also going to see these a lot. This is I'm going to skip over these, but these are all lore bits. And there are many of these lore bits sprinkled throughout. This is a 122-page book. It does not feel that large. And this is what I mean by The formatting of this game is kind of odd, because it does this a lot. This is a page break. If you were to read this side by side, this is... yeah, there's some weird formatting issues with this book. I don't know why. You can kind of see, like, right here, and this isn't going to be a one-off thing, mind you. I'm going to point out a few that I noticed that were really bad, but this is very, like, what the fuck? Like, this is something you look at being like, no. And it's not like you can't, like, oh, I want to make this picture bigger, take up the full page, so you can go to playing the game on the next page. No, that's not. This was a deliberate effort to say, hey, I want to put this right here. But what is this game? It is a dice pool system. You're going to roll a number of dice equal to your skill, and then you're going to roll them. On a 5 and 6 is a success. The number of successes on the roll meets or exceeds the target number, you complete it. However, this is where things get weird. The actual +1 system those are manipulations of the die being used. So I'm going to bring up the character that I used, and obviously, I had to use my boy impromptu cover, who here now being known as Mikhail. Now, let's say for example he has 4 in brawn, and he wants to do something athletic. He can spend his attributes, his brawn, smarts, or guts, to pretty much get more dice or augment the dice in a way. So for example, athletics, I want to jump over something, and it's going to be target number 2. He's going to get 1 dice for his skill, and then he can say, I want to spend 2 of my attribute to get 2 more dice, and I want to spend the other 2 to increase it by 2. You roll, and congratulations, you might do something very well. Very good. That is what the +1 system actually is about. It's temporarily gain an untrained skill, add a die to the roll. Or add a pip to a die. That's the big thing. You can add a pip. Reroll any number of dice. And keep the result. This is a weird system. I do not get... like, I understand what's going on here, but it is a very strange system. You may be also wondering, Notepad, is this literally the entire character sheet? And the answer is yes. This is the entire character sheet. There is nothing more than this to this game. You have 3 stats, you have a handful of skills, and that's it. And yes, you do start off with 3 skills. Yeah, it's like, oh, okie dokie then. So you want to increase more and more. That is how the +1 system works. You use your attributes to add things to your roll. Cool. You know, and you get things like, oh no, you can buy a bunch of dice. You know, or you can use athletics to, pretty much that's how the entire game actually functions, is that you're buying dice with these and kind of supplementing it with your training. Use your attributes to augment your rolls. That's how you play the game. Anytime there's a challenge, it's pretty much like a group project. It's a group roll. Hey, we need 10 successes to bypass this. Cool. Everybody rolls their dice. If you hit it, you're successful. You go over it, you are successful. And also, here's another reason why you buy the book, right here. Again, the odd thing is, the absolute bizarre thing is that, yes, this game is very much an art book. And, oh, look, it's more of this. Do you like? Do you like? Are you having fun with the lore yet? So, how does the actual cards work? Because, yes, this game also uses cards. Yes, do not forget that. We also use cards in this godforsaken nightmare. Good old-fashioned 52 cards. So, pretty much you can use all of them for various things, and these are representing things about you. They are narrative themes, and you're supposed to keep them safe, keep them hidden. So I'll reveal mine. You're going to start with 3 cards to begin with. So I have a 2 of spades, king of spades, and a king of clubs. So generally speaking, I'm fucked, but in a more broad sense, like, oh, the spades are representing knowledge, learning, growth. Clubs are things, overcoming obstacles, actions, adventures. Yeah. Here's another beautiful thing of formatting. Do you like this? I really love this formatting. Really sells it. Yeah, Joker is considered wild and functions as non-Joker card each. After Joker is paid or revealed for any reason, you shuffle the deck, including the Joker. The Black Joker also triggers a draw for possible corruption. Corruption's a completely odd mechanic. It kind of works, kind of doesn't. Don't know about it yet. So, owns characters' memories, constitute what makes them human. Anytime a player is forced or chooses to play a card, they should think of what it means, their character, forgetting something about themselves. Yeah. You don't really get you get all these cards and they allow you to do things. That's one of the big facets of this game. Is that the cards are actually fairly important, but not in a direct rolling sense. You're not playing these cards to augment your rolls at all. These are effectively equal parts your sanity and equal part your ability to mitigate problems. Such as when you get down to things like the journey. When you journey out to do something, you have to contribute a card to the journey. If you don't contribute a card to the journey, your assassin probably going to get shot. But you always have to. Or if you it's also used for initiative. It's whoever we'll get to initiative. Combat is interesting in this game. Not 100% on it. But it's also one of those things like you can augment your rolls because they do count as a +1, but you shouldn't ever do that. And it's one of those things like the cards are very valuable, but the cards also don't do anything. They are a very mixed bag in that regard. And this is the only time like they're really mentioned in like this capacity. That's why I mean, like, they do a lot, but don't do a lot at the same time. Oh yeah, and this is actually all you level up. Number of cards needed for 1 more in any number of new rank in the skill or attribute. Buying a 4th pip of brawn requires discarding 5 cards. Yeah, you gotta discard your cards to do things, but you always want to keep your cards. You never want to spend your cards. It's like, Yeah, I don't know what's with the layout of this book. I have genuinely no fucking clue. And, like, I don't know if this is, like, a weird PDF issue or not, but, like, this is what I mean, like, there's things getting cut off. Like, this was kind of odd here. Yeah, here's also how corruption works. I'm gonna do my best to do how corruption works. The idea behind corruption is that when something traumatic happens, or you have an adversary ability, pretty much an enemy ability, or when you use a Black Joker, you're going to draw a card from the deck without revealing, and you turn it, and if it's red, you're good. If it's black, you're going to gain 1 corruption. At 5 corruption, you're out of the game. Yeah, you get out of here. You're done. You have joined the bad guys. Now, and because you have to believe in the heart of the cards, you are also kind of getting different things about it. You don't tell anyone what your current corruption is. You don't tell anyone like that. And the thing is, if someone hits 3 corruption, you can add a card. The GM is allowed to add a card to the journey to make everything's life harder. If somebody has 4 corruption, they can add 2 cards to make everybody's life harder. Yeah. So pretty much being corrupted is a death sentence. It is bad. You don't want to be corrupted. It is the loss of humanity and blah, blah, blah. More journals. All right. No, mind you, there's no ceremony going from here's corruption and here's combat. Do you like this block of text for how combat works? It's great. I love the look of this game. It's fantastic. How easy would it be to reskin this game into Monster Girls? Pathetically easy. Like, you think I'm memeing here, you can reskin this game into literally anything very easily. This is super simple. This is nothing. There's not, I hate to break it to a lot of people, there's not a lot of game here. So, initiative is actually odd because it's popcorn initiative. For those who don't know what popcorn initiative is, let's say, for example, I win initiative. I can choose who goes first. I can say, hey, I want you to go first. You're going to take your action. Then that person chooses who goes next. Then that person chooses who goes next until everybody has chosen who goes. Now, popcorn initiative is kind of odd in a few different ways because there's two situations which usually can occur in popcorn initiative. Either natural initiative occurs, just completely natural, which is we go, you go, we go, you go. Depending on how valid that's kind of a strategy. Or you always want to go, always want to delay, or you always want to pick the weakest enemies to go. Or people who are kind of being threatened in a way. So it's like they have to select somebody or something like that. I'm not a huge fan of popcorn initiative personally. I understand why people use it. Just not a huge fan of it. And other people weren't either. Yeah, that's how initiative works. It's yeah, popcorn initiative works in I would say in like a superhero game it could work because the entire thing is you want to see the superpowers go off. You want to see people jump around. Yeah, I am making it. You want to see people start blasting powers. It's a big thing. It's like when things are really going strong and people can survive a few good hits, I think that's what popcorn initiative works really well because you're beginning to plan around it. And in this game, we're going to see it does not work. I would start writing, who cares? So, defense. Now, this is one of the odder things when it comes to the defense is actually your skills. So let's say, for example, I want to hit you. I want to hit Mikhail with a gun. I'm going to need to beat his brawn. Now, since I need to beat his brawn, I need to roll a 4 or more successes. That's how I'm going to beat his brawn. Alright, pretty standard. Now, if I want to beat his, let's say I'm casting a spell and I'm targeting his smarts, I only need to roll 2 or more successes. By default, everything's going to target your brawn first, then your guts, then your smarts. But if your brawn ever hits 0, you're dead. So it's kind of like brawn is very good. Brawn is also, most of the time, how you're actually going to be fighting. Ranged weapons is actually guts, so impromptu cover here actually is probably the best soldier ever you can actually make pretty reliably. He's got good stats across the board. He's got an ability to use the gun, and he's pretty strong. Like, he's a pretty solid, one. Yeah, armor also isn't very useful because if you have armor 3 and brawn 4, you have to hit 4 or higher because of your brawn. Your armor doesn't really do anything. Once you get hit and it goes below, then you'd use armor. But it's like immediate use versus anything else. It's like, oh. And you may be wondering, Notepad, that's not a lot of health. And the answer is, yeah. It's not a lot of health. You get hit by one good weapon, you're probably down for the count. It's very easy to make a character. Very simple to make a character even. However. Hell, even the sample combat here. One of the odd things about the sample combat is that they shoot, and they shoot they shoot one character, kind of like the main problem child, the Veil Priest, as they say. And the problem is they shoot him and he's useless now because he goes down to nothing. He is incredibly weak all of a sudden, and he just gets murked because because it turns out having a gun is very useful. Now, here's all the weapons you're gonna get. These are all of the weapons in the game. I probably in some of the expansions they have bonus abilities or something like that. I don't know. I don't have any of the expansions, nor do I want any of them. Now, you see on the right side, you see the ability. What the ability does is if you roll over successes, you can add it to that. So, for example, if I'm rolling with my rifle and I roll and I only need 3 successes and I roll 4, what I can do is add in the aim. It does nothing. But if I roll 3 over successes, I roll 1d6 for damage instead. Cool. So if you get 4 over successes, you get to do aim and critical. Wow, everybody. We did it. Good job, everybody. Everybody clap, please. Now, most of these are like, oh, add +1 damage. Oh, add +1 this, +1 that, +1 this. I have no idea what the fuck this means. +1 damage minus +1 damage. What? You're seeing this all right? +1 damage dash +1 damage. Is that like 1 minus 1 damage? Or did somebody make a boo-boo? I think somebody made a boo-boo, everybody. Yeah, like there actually is not a lot of combat in this World War I game. Maybe damage to... No, like the parenthesis is how much it costs. That's so, for example, if I were to punch you, if I had 2 or more successes, I could spend those 2 successes to do +1 damage. That's how that works. Very simple. So I have no idea what's going on. I didn't even notice this previously, or the fact that this isn't capitalized. This is A+ game design, everybody. Remember that. Why do I even bother fucking trying sometimes? God, there's no consistency here. I'm like, the more I'm realizing there's like no consistency in how things are set up. Oh, no, don't look, Notepad. He can't hurt you. Yeah, and then it's like, oh, here's some general equipment. Oh, go away. Everybody, look at the cool art. Look at the cool art. It's so based and red-pilled. Look. Ooh. Are you feeling more based? Yeah. Are you feeling more cool yet? Because you get to see the cool gas mask people? I mean, it does look cool. Yeah, it looks cool. I think that's kind of the problem, is that it looks cool. And if you were to tell me, like, hey, I'm basing a game off of this, then I'd be like, yeah, cool. Because for a while there, I actually thought Never Going Home was based off of... Click on the right thing. If any of you have ever heard of Trench Crusade, I actually thought it was based off of this. Even though Trench Crusade isn't a thing. It's a bunch of art pieces, and it's very pretty. Actually, again, I thought it was actually based off of this for a while here. Which, I'm like, that's kind of neat. It's not. They just kind of did their own thing with the art. I'm like, alright, choo-choo. Yeah, and then vehicles. Vehicles are actually pretty much the exact same, except they have just a base initiative value. And you can do a single action. Like, you can drive and fire the gun. Like, you can drive or fire, and it's like, cool. Weird enough, occupants of a vehicle do not take damage from a vehicle. All attacks against vehicle must target brawn. Yeah, and then you have, yeah, these are the vehicle write-ups. Yeah, you do have some odd ones, such as like a truck being nearly unkillable by small arms fire. Or like, oh, a tank is almost completely unkillable. Like, you're not really supposed to be in these things. Don't be in these things. You're not going to do vehicle games. Oh, here's Whispers. Here's Whispers. Yeah, welcome to Whispers. This is your magic. Now, you may see down here, when you take the Whisper skill, you pretty much have to choose a path. That path is going to kind of say like what spells are available to you. The more spells, the higher your rank, the more spells you get. That's kind of how it works. It's not exactly the most complicated thing in the world, but it is, at the end of the day, a skill check. That's what you're doing. You're going to be rolling a skill check for it. And you can take up to 3 of them. The higher you go, the more things go wrong. Choose a Whisper and any augments, spend the spell requirements, roll for success, make additional sacrifices. If successful, apply effects. Now, a lot of these do depend on certain attributes. So some of them are brawn, some of them are guts, some of them are based off smarts. We'll use blood rights, for example, here. Caster willingly uses their own blood as a source of power to become much harder to stop, until they bleed themselves dry. For each blood right, they must take 1 damage to brawn. This counts as 1 automatic success. Many rights do not require a skill roll because the blood made targets themselves. They may take additional brawn damage to create additional successes. Cool. Like, oh, you become supernaturally strong for the next action. Have +1 damage to melee attack, but you're hurting yourself, so that's not going to work very well. Or, hey, you get bonus armor, which again isn't very useful. As like, okay, like the more successes you get, the more stuff you get, the more you're allowed to actually do. It's like, okay, that's kind of neat. You know, oh, you're spew noxious clouds of magical nature. It's a disgusting process covered in sores and tastes of bile. Cool. Yeah, a lot of the spells do boil down to, here's an attack roll. Or here's a roll to prevent me from getting hit for something. It's like, cool. That's fine. And then you walk away from it. Like, the Whispers are like supposed to be the cool big thing about the game. Like, they don't really play a big factor in it. Where you would usually, the problem is you usually end up spending a lot to get, how do I want to do it? You usually spend a lot more with Whispers than whatever you would get out of just having a gun. Shooting a lot of people with a gun is usually the better option than being like, I'm casting a magic missile. No. Who fucking cares about magic missile? I have a rifle. It is loaded. I am ready to kill. Like, yeah. A poem in an ancient tongue grants the target deer-like speed superior to humans. And we've been hunting deer forever. Kink. Yeah, current and brawn. Whispers last about an hour. Lasts until next sunrise. Attack a second time at the end of the round. Like, the thing is, don't get me wrong, they're useful. However, in combat, they aren't as useful. And, you know, healing, like, I would... Pretty much it would be, here's a bunch of soldiers, and here's like somebody we keep on our back for healing words. They're going to keep healing us alive so we can continue surviving. You know, holiday resting, Mercy Aura, chaos. Like, my eyes hurt reading this because there's no fucking formatting to it. It is absolutely awful to read. In the background, oh god. So, this is effectively how you make characters. You get a minimum of 1, and the average human ability for each attribute is 3. Peak human is 6, and you get 10 points to divide among the 3. Generally speaking, if you do 3-3-3, you're going to be as average as possible. Probably the best is 4-3-3. I chose to lower his smarts by 1 to get 2 of those because range is good. That's it. That's you're pretty much always done. You know. Oh, all of these, these are the only thing worth anything are your attributes. Don't worry about that. And then you have your training. Your training indicates like what skills you actually have are like decent at, and you can spend your attributes on. You only get 3. And they're not very good, and you get 3 points to distribute among them. Which you can do as a 300, 210, or 111. Now, if you assign skill dice to a whisper, we'll choose 1 whisper path. Oh wow! Then you draw 3 cards representing your current mental state, and that's it. That's how you do things. That's how you make a character. This is what I mean, like, you can technically turn this game into literally anything with 0 repercussions. There is 0. Yeah, it's like there's really 0 reasons to make this about a World War I game. Like, there's nothing actually very much there. Outside, you could argue the card system. The problem with the card system is that you just don't. It's like, why bother? And they do even have like emotional, like, oh, who's in charge? Oh, he's in charge. You want to incorporate ranks, chain of command, field promotions to your game? Feel free to. At the start of any mission with a ranking officer, that officer may take a chance on corruption, then draw 4 cards from the deck and distribute them among the soldiers. Yeah, there's like not, like, this is a side rule. Very pretty. And then we're going to go into lore. Now, I'm gonna end it right here, just for the lore. The lore is literally a lore dump. Now, the basics of the lore can be roughly summarized as there were so many people fucking dying in World War I that we accidentally tore an asshole in reality, and now nightmare creatures are coming in to kill us all. However, nobody wants to stop the war, so we're all continuing to fight the war, even though we all know it's like we're perpetually fucked by nightmare monsters. That's the lore. And this isn't fantasy World War I either. This isn't like Germany and France. No. This is, you are French, you are German, you are Russian, you are a Turk, you are British, you are an American. That's that's kind of one of the odd ideas behind this game, is that you are taking place. This is happening on Earth right now. And yeah. There's just like these huge, giant text walls for all of them. And it's like, I do not care. I do not care at all. One bit. It was kind of like in Wild Skies. Like, it was kind of in Wild Skies when you weren't playing part of you were furries, but it'd be like, oh, I'm German, or I'm French, oh, I'm Austrian, which was weird to me. It felt really weird because it would be like, oh, Alsace-Lorraine is technically a bunch of rabbit people. See, the thing is, Weird War is a little bit different, because that's kind of like going out of its way to say it. Like, I would say there's a little bit of that. This one in particular, it just is weird to me because it's so little bit fantastical, but they make a big deal out of it. That's, I think, one of the big things with me. They make such a big deal about it being World War I, it's time for weird shit, and it's very obvious. This isn't like hidden occult shit, like in a lot of the Weird War series, which I actually sometimes like. And it just feels weird to me. Because mind you, none of this is actually represented in the game. Like, none of the nations or anything. There's no difference between a German soldier and a Allied soldier and a French soldier. There is no difference. So it's like, here's an entire, like, text dump on Austria-Hungary. It's like, cool. That's neat. I don't care. Or like, here's an entire thing on the Ottomans. Cool. I don't care. And yeah, they very gracefully, as you can tell, go from Bulgaria to the X card. I too don't wish for Bulgaria to exist. Like, fucking X card. Involvement over happiness, creativity over notes, horror over hope, missions, the journey. Yeah, I didn't actually think these were like actual mechanics at first, because none of these aren't mechanics, mind you. However, these somewhat are. This isn't also a mechanic, but this is mechanics. Because the entire idea is that you need to spend your cards on the journey to successfully navigate the journey. If you don't do it, there's gonna be problems. You're going to have some issues. And there's no target number usually. They don't even assign target numbers. Everything is very loosey-goosey in that regard. Here's how corruption works. Or how you're expected to die very quickly, very easily. Read all the books. Like, I'm kind of going over that because it's like, here's a giant text wall on how corruption works. There's nothing here. There's nothing like interesting. You already know what's going on here. This is a GM section on these notes. On these. But holy shit, that looks cool. Or, oh hey, here's all the resources. Like, oh boy, military history of the Ottomans from Osman to Ataturk. Or The War to End All Wars, the story of loyalty and rebellion, 1914 to 1918. Cool. Hardcore History, Blueprint for Armageddon podcast series. Neato. Cool. Yeah, one of my favorite ones is technically average humans are stronger than common soldiers by a good amount. But commandos are impossible superhumans that will fucking kill you. Hello, phone. Let's see. Streaming some stuff. Keep that right there. It's like the X card. You almost have to put the X card in all the games now. It's kind of like a base default thing. But yeah, you kind of see in some of these, like, one of the core ideas that you're supposed to, like, as a mob, you're supposed to collectivize your resources. So you don't just have a single common soldier, you have 4 common soldiers, and they're gonna pool their successes together to shoot you. Or hey, they're going to, but like commandos don't. They're a single person. So shooting a common soldier is pretty easy because they're a mob of like 6 of them. However, you also have these ones, which are nurses of the Red Cross, or just nuns for Abbey was destroyed, which are pretty much supernatural sisters that want to heal everybody. That's cool. Here's all their abilities. They act like first. That you can shoot them pretty, like, the thing is, if you pop one of these girls and you hit them reliably, there's a good chance you're just going to kill them outright. And yeah, also my favorite, I love formatting. Formatting is so much fun. Yeah, there's some odd things with this particular. Here's War Dogs. One thing is, I feel like you're almost supposed to, how do I want to word this? design an encounter, and that's like how you're supposed to do things. Like, you're not really necessarily, there's nothing random about any of this game. It's like there are going to be 3 war dogs, there's going to be 4 soldiers, and there's going to be an officer. That is what you're going to be fighting this session. Have fun. Also, here's all the bad guys. Oh, look, it's a corpse feeder. Oh no. Oh no, it's cultists. Oh no. You shoot a cultist once with a gun, they're going to die. It's that. Oh, hello, phone. That's one of the big things about this particular game as well, is that, like, anytime you see, like, Brawn 2, that is a single rifle shot. It's going to kill them. One rifle shot's going to kill them. And it's like, oh no, like, these guys seem really strong. They aren't. You have a gun. That's why I say, like, guns are really valuable. And even hitting, like, 1 or 2 people, like, hitting a corpse feeder once with a gun almost kills them, because they get exponentially weaker every time you get hit. Every piece of damage you take, it makes them significantly weaker. Especially if you have 4 brawn, hit one of these guys right off the bat, there's a good chance that they literally cannot do anything to you anymore. A single one of them is weak, can't do anything. You shot them with a rifle, they are down for the count. And even the disfigured, who are like old soldiers that got corrupted, because that's what happens when you gain 5+ corruption, you become a disfigured. And you become a weird soldier that you can blend in, and you spread disease and corruption. And you always want to stab somebody. Wowzers. Woo. That's a penis. That's a penis. Yeah. Here's the big bad scary Nurgle man. Oh my goodness, he's a skin thief. Woo. That's what I mean by, like, this game is light. I don't hate it. I just don't much care for it. You can fight zombies if you want. You like zombies? Zombies are cool. Veil priests, they're priests who call upon the darkness. You can make a legit. You can legit make Family Guy gag in this game. Yeah, you can pretty much make Family Guy gag. Like, it's one of those, like, issues. Like, one of the biggest issues with this game, I would say, is either you have to really plan things. This is like the sample mission they give you. Like, they plan things out for you very detailed. And I think that's what they're expecting you to do, is to plan things out very detailed. Which, some people are going to like that, some people aren't. Like, there's not a lot of chaos, you could say, in this game. And that's kind of unfortunate. So, here's the 411. Here's the issue with never going home, is that there just isn't a lot of game. And there just isn't really a lot of stuff to really cling on to, like, just strictly mechanically speaking. Can you sub out the system for literally anything? Yes. But here's a query. This is usually my big thing. I like to ask some people who, like, wow, this is such an amazing, awesome game. It's so cool and awesome. Being just like, why? And they usually can't answer me that. Be like, oh, it's cool. Like, my group loves it. Why? Like, what's so interesting about it? And just like, oh, it's super light. We can just improvise everything. If you were to put paint, let's say that, if you were to put paint thinner on this and just present the rule book as is, just the rules, no art, no even pitch, just the rules, nobody would care about this game. And I think that's one of the biggest issues. Nobody is going to give a shit about this game for the game. You like this. People, I think, like the game quite a bit. You even kind of gave this thing the time of day because this is the cover. And because if you pen it open a few pages, you get to see this. If you pen it down a little bit further, you get to see this image. Like, this is kind of would be cool. Like, this is a decent size book. It's 122 pages. So it'd be a little, not a huge book, but it'd be a good size book. And it'd be very pretty. I was thinking it's a very pretty book. You kind of seeing all that, but it's like, oh, complete role-playing rules, 9 national profiles. They don't do anything. 6 magic paths, 12 monsters, 3 adventures. Wow! But like, reading this book, what is this fucking game? If you really cut out all the lore and stuff, there isn't actually, there is a very little here. And maybe everything is fixed in the expansions. Here's the thing. Yeah, no, that's usually kind of the my usual thing is, like, I want enough rules in there to bite into, but I don't want, like, an absurd number of rules that just, I need to double check everything to do anything. There's a good middle point. And unfortunately, Never Going Home doesn't really have that. Never Going Home is, at the end of things, a cool art book. Yeah, I wanna look at the artwork. You wanna look at this? Look how pretty it is. Look how weird it looks. There's no game here. And if there is a game, it's a very light game that you can sub out for anything. You can change this character sheet to fucking anything you feel like, and it would work. The +1 system is a generic SRD system that would be 3 pages at most. Like, yeah, this is a very light game. And is that what people want? I always think that's kind of an interesting thing, being like, is this what really people are looking for? Because this is not an unsuccessful game. This is a very successful game. This has sold a lot of copies. But anytime I hear people talk about Never Going Home, they talk about this. Never this. They never talk about the +1 system. I didn't even know this had a system name. I knew about the artwork though, so that's kind of a disappointing thing. And then honestly, I was a little disappointed. Wow, people care more about art than mechanics. What a revelation! Do other games know about this? What about those games written by the webcomic artist? Is he aware? Well, yeah. Yeah, people do care more about art, and it sucks. Because here's the thing. I've read a lot of art games. A lot of these art games, and here's the problem. They fucking suck. However, if we're hitting the point where the final thing is art is more important than anything else, than writing, or formatting in this case, well, fuck me, I guess. I guess I'll just stop writing games because it doesn't mean anything. Become an artist. That's at the end of it. Become an artist. There's no point in this industry anymore. Abandon all hope, ye who enter here. And if you, like, oh wow, look everybody, it's so amazing and great. You want my hot take? Never Going Home is barely a game. It's a glorified masturbation tool. Because you want to hold something else on your fucking shelf. It sucks. Look at me, I'm such a talented artist. Oh my god. Don't do why. Stop making role-playing games. Because usually what happens when people are... Here, this is going to be a little tangent here. When I see a lot of people make, like, oh, I'm an artist, I'm doing a role-playing game, it means you aren't talented enough to write a story, and you're not cool enough to actually sell your art personally. That's usually the case. I fucking hate artists, by the way. I hate them. I think they're the most annoying pricks ever. The number of artists I've encountered in my life who, like, bitch and moan that they aren't popular enough, that are, like, weeping, like, my art isn't good enough, my art isn't good enough. Being like, bitch, you fucking doing art. Shut the fuck up. Or they're trying to do, like, art house shit like that. I fucking hate art house shit. There's my hot take of the fucking year. Fuck artists. Hate them all. String up the artists and shoot them in the back. But our next game we're going to be going over. Varric, you're autistic. That's all I can really say about you. You're an autistic Russian. No, artists are very different. Yeah, artists are a different breed. Making a game look nice is very different from I am an artist first, and the only thing about mechanics I know is that I read a book once by I definitely read D&D once. It's awful. So the next game we're going to be going over. The next game we're going to be going over is actually one that's been in my folder for literally years at this point. I've just never been able to get around to it. Welcome to Kuro. Yeah, Kuro. This occasionally gets recommended in threads. And people are always like, yeah, Kuro. That looks interesting. And everyone's like, yes. This looks interesting. And then everyone just kind of like walks away. I've never heard anyone actually say like what the fuck this game is. But yeah, here's Kuro. Now, interestingly enough, we have this. Cercle. It's French. Because yes, this is a French company. Published in France by this company. Now, you've probably heard of some games they've done before. And now, let me see, seventh Cercle RPG. Where is it? No, that's not it. You're gonna make me type out. There we go. This is gonna be entirely in French here, so bear with me. This is the seventh Cercle. As you can see, they have a lot of games. I never really heard about them. The one I did kind of figure out that they had done, if we go to Jeux de Lols, is that they did Kuro. They did a game called Chin. Or Chin. Shio. This one, post-apocalyptic samurai Japan. Yggdrasil, and Z-Core, as well as one called Koltia. Yeah, here's Koltia. Or Kelta. I don't know, I don't speak fucking French. Could I find literally anything about any of these games? Any, like, large capacity? Not really. I did find, though, I can actually fucking spell correctly. This is... This is Kuro. This is the actual English version. It's a copper seller. People have clearly bought this game. No print on demand. Nobody's got their physical book. Yeah, right here. It's, yeah, a little bit weird. Now, here's the French cover. It's a very different, two different books, effectively. Which led to, however, this is the strange thing. This is Kuro. There's actually a sequel to Kuro called Kuro Tensei, which is answering all of the questions. You need pretty much the main book to use this one. This is the expansion book. This is like a weird thing where like they are expanding out to tell you more of the story. It's like, cool. Now, there are other games, like they've clearly published other games before. Chin the Art of War, that's probably the one that people might know them about. Yggdrasil, Z-Core. They have a lot of these games. None of them have been really popular, though. I've never really seen anyone talk about any of them. The only reason I know Chin, and a few people know Chin, is because the Ching. Automod does like the French. Celtia. But yeah, they, as you can kind of see, they have a thing with Asia. They do like their Asia a little bit. Now, one thing I did notice is that they got... If you actually go here, Cubicle 7 published Kuro. Yes, Cubicle 7. They don't talk about Cubicle 7. They don't talk about it at all. But these were the guys who apparently published Kuro originally. Right here, RPG Cubicle 7. You can buy it right now. They're the ones who, I'm assuming, translated it. Or even just brought it over. That's all I could really find on it. This is one of those issues where this game is... When I said, you know, kind of going into this, these aren't the good games, these aren't the bad games, these are the decidedly mid games. I wasn't lying. Yeah, this came out in 2012 as well. This is actually a pretty, I wouldn't say old game, but it's like, there's definitely been a few years since this game officially came out. Now, what is this game? Let's learn a little bit about the lore. Let me find a good image to rest on the Kuro project and all that. And don't you forget about it. We're going to learn a lot. Yeah, many will be familiar to you. Japanophile. These are even worse than, I'm going to say this. These are going to be worse than weebs. Weebs are like, look at the anime. Look at the anime. These guys are like, oh, yes, superior Japanese culture, yes. But also going to be the ones that continuously critique it. That's annoying. There's actually a good reason why France has like a weird anime culture. It's a fun fact. Tokyo, and I believe Tokyo and Paris are sister cities. I believe anyway. And there was like there's a lot of things that kind of go around. They're actually supposed to be like really good friends. Like a lot of cross-pollination in that regard. Kuro's a proof positive to high art because it's only recommended because it's obscure and makes you sound like you know what you're talking about. No, Kuro, I'm not going to recommend Kuro. I'm going to start rushing ahead a little bit here. I ain't going to recommend, like, Kuro. I'm going to recommend Kuro in a very specific kind of, thing. But yeah, like, oh, here's all of this. And trust me, they're going to make you know. They're going to make you know. Now, obviously, I had to bring in a man who knew what he was doing. Welcome to Bunder Pilkins. Bunder Pilkins here is the man with the plan. He's ready to go. He's ready to fuck. He has 0 kaiso. He has no papers. He has his Adidas. He is good weight. He's pained eyes, greasy hair. He is ready to fuck. I believe in you, Pilkins. You're gonna show us how to play. Now, one of the big things about this is like, oh, manga, Japanese, or like Miko, Shrine Maiden, an assistant to the Kanushi. Woo! Yeah, nanofiber optics. There's a lot. Yeah, you're gonna learn. You ever want to know Japanese terms? Here it is. So I'm gonna do my Where's a good piece of artwork? Kind of sit down. All right, so I'm gonna give you all a basic rundown of Kuro lore. All right, you ready, everybody? In the future, things were going great. Technology was rapidly advancing, but oh no! Environmentalism is going wrong. The resource shortages are happening, and things are going wrong. It is about the 2030s, 2040s. oh no, everything has gone wrong, people are going mad, and people have started retreating, wars have started over resources. Japan is the land of the free, because Japan is the only one, are some of the forefront of people working on to stop the environmental crisis, because guess what? They live on fucking islands. They have to do that. They're big on the technology, everything is advancing really smoothly, and they enter into a strong partnership with their strong and natural allies. Chinese. Yeah, Japan and China form together. They kind of work together. They're very close friends, to the point where they want to send a Chinese expedition to the moon, to Mars, using Japanese nanotechnology at this point, and the Japanese and Chinese are best friends for a very long time, and it's like, oh no, we don't like each other now. If I'm trying to remember what the exact piece of lore was, it was something really dumb. What was the? It was a stupid. I remember I read it. I'm like, what the fuck is this stupid? This is the stupidest piece of lore ever. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, China. Oh yeah. 2044, right after the launch of the mission Ophir Planum toward the Red Planet, China allied with both North and South Korea and became known as the Pan-Asiatic Federation. Yes, China allied with North and South Korea. While Japan was also invited with the Federation, together with Vietnam, Japan refused based on an ancient and exacerbated rivalry with North Korea specifically. What's the reason? Yeah, it's like, oh. Which, seeing China's new alliance with North Korea as a betrayal, Japan chose to break all past agreements and allied with India, offering India military support in their attempt to recover Taiwan. Which the writing here is indicating India wants to take Taiwan. Japan formed its own alliance, offering India military support. I'm offering military support to India for them to recover Taiwan, or us. It's a little bit weird writing there. Oh boy, which led to disappropriate response from China. Several border clashes. China forcefully claimed the Sendaku Shoto Islands from Japan and armed North Korea so that North Koreans might respond to any attack from the Nipponese government. For 2 years, Asia became a focal point of the rest of the world. A violent earthquake with an 8.5 coefficient on the Richter scale violently shook Chinese eastern border. Given the paranoia and tension in eastern relations, this was analyzed by the Pan-Asiatic Federation censors as being a nuclear strike. Programmed to respond automatically, the artificial intelligence in China's Border Defense Center launched a nuclear response at India and Japan to long-range, several gigaton nuclear missiles began speeding toward, which led to the first missile to India suffered malfunction, evaporated a bunch of North Koreans. The second one flew into Japan and was evaporated, which literally caused everybody in the world, which caused China, this is the lore, which caused China to condemn Japan as having an anti-nuclear weapon shield that they wouldn't share with anybody, which they managed to convince the rest of the world to blockade Japan. Because they wouldn't share their magical nuclear shield technology with them. And that's where the story begins. 6 months after the blockade. Yes, the world united against Japan. Because, mind you, there's no nuclear shield. Magic spirits are the ones who destroyed the nuclear weapon. It's like, what the fuck? all that for peace. It's like, what? Yeah, I read it. I was like, okay, I can suspend my disbelief a little bit. Like Japan would go its own course. All right, that makes sense. Or like, oh, Japan would ally, like maybe ally with China. Like that. That was already like you're pushing it a little bit. The entire like nuclear exchange. I was like, what the fuck? I'm like, all right, that's cool. That's fine. Everything about this is fine. Like, that's all I can really like. Oh god, their completely unreasonable rivalry. Their ancient rival. Yes, I don't know about the ancient rivalry. The yeah, the the ancient rivalry between Japan and North Korea. You know, not just Korea in general, which just reminds me of let me see if I can bring up that picture. This was later proven as fake, but this was proven as fake, as fake, by the way. I always thought this was funny. Should South Korea do if America attacks North Korea without informing the South first? Support America. Support North Korea. Attack Japan. That's all I picture. Like is this like a historical animosity? Abductions. Is this it? Like the abductions? Yeah, I don't like yeah, all right, cool. Neat. I love it. It's great. I love welcome to Japan, everybody. Yeah. But yeah, no, everyone it's now nightmare future. Everybody hates each other. Yeah, you want to get some neuro massages? You can get neuro massages. You can get say goodbye to fat with new food product like popular brand Shichimi government approved. You no longer risk obesity. All food stuff manufactured in our laboratories are hypoallergenic and adapted to bring you all your daily needs. Yeah. Yakitori coming soon directly from our Yokohama farms. Woo! Yokohama! Ladies, are you crushed by loneliness? Yeah. Hey, ladies, you want the Apollo model? What's the worst font you've seen in one of these games, or do they all play it safe? They normally I see people play it safe. I saw one which was entirely in Comic Sans, which that was a little bit weird. uh that was it was in Comic Sans. I can't remember what game it was, but it was entirely in Comic Sans. And because it was in Comic Sans, it was just weird. Because like the weird thing about that particular game was that not only was it in Comic Sans, it was just very weirdly written. Though I think the author was dyslexic, which fun fact everybody, Comic Sans is actually really good for people who have dyslexia. Always remember that. So I have a newfound appreciation for Comic Sans simply because I had a friend who was dyslexic. Yes. Yes, that one. It was Cat Meow. Cat Meow, and that. Like, if it was no Woof Meow, that was it. Yeah, if like one of the authors was dyslexic, I could see it then. What was it? There's another one. I can't remember now. Yeah, everything is awful, but everything is also it's cyberpunk. Oh yeah, I forgot the Emperor of Japan renamed. Yes, the Emperor of Japan, which by 2040, let's do a little bit of investigation here. Now, why? Because I can do that. So, Crown Prince of Japan, Fumihito. Yeah, Fumihito is the Crown Prince, I believe. Actually, no, this is the current heir. You know, he ascended the chrysanthemum throne. He would be, let's see, he is 62, and it's 2020 now. So during this point, there's a non-zero chance that Naruhito was the one who actually changed Tokyo to Shin Edo. And I remember this was a big deal because they wanted to I remember this because they wanted to make Aiko the heir, but they couldn't make Aiko the heir. Huh. Yeah. And technically his so there's two issues. Naruhito, it's either Naruhito or his younger brother is the one who did this. Always remember that, kids. That is official Kuro lore of the Emperor of Japan changed Tokyo's name to Shin Edo. Yes, that is the lore. And they're going to go over all the lore about all the various districts, whatever you want to know. And these are fairly detailed. I'm not going to lie. These are actually very detailed. I just don't give a shit about it. Like, I just do not care. Okay, we've almost hit the game, everybody. Um, the chopsticks you use for eating are not the ones you serve the plate. Also, you should never use them to point to anybody. And never fill your own glass. First fill your neighbor's glass. He will return the courtesy. Say, Kanpai, cheers, your good health. When you've had enough, you cover your glass with your hand to avoid it being filled up again. If you do not, it will be for sure. Start eating only when all dishes are on the table. Avoid excessive soaking your food in sauce, and see that rice is not mixed with other food. Foodstuffs should be dipped in soya sauce in a little side container. Never walk down the street while eating or drinking. It is only done by rude youths and drunks. Oh god. Okay. At the beginning of a meal, you should say "Itadakimasu," which means I receive, and "Gochi-sama," uh, "Goshiso-sama disheta." It was a feast at the end, or even "Oshi," indicate you find the delicacy delicious. Yeah, here's table man. Like, it's a full fucking thing on table manners. Yeah, it's great. Yep. Never walk inside a house with your shoes on. Offer gifts with both hands. When a girl laughs, they should put their hand in front of their mouth to avoid showing their teeth. Men walk in front of them and do not open door. Men walk in front of them, do not open doors for them. Do not smoke in public, even blue light liquid cigarettes. Yep. This is what I mean by, like, this is the let's see, do all the emperors of Japan got Hito? And there's actually a weird reason for it. I don't know why. Fucking etiquette rules, I swear. I shall break all of them out of moral ethical consideration. See, Legend of the Five Rings, they kind of handle it pretty well because it's like a skill, but everyone gets the skill. And you're not necessarily expected to do it, but it's like an important part of the setting because, like, you are a samurai. You are someone who is sworn to this. Like, you're already members of high society, and you're already like, oh, 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 oh. Like, yes, look at me. But I get what you're saying there, ethical. Again, this isn't weeb. There's like a clear line, like, actually, like, I would say, like, When someone says, "Oh, they're a weeaboo," that's like Japan is anime. Like Japan is anime. Like Japanophiles are like Japan. Japan is the best. Like I don't know. Like what do you call this? Like it's like Japanese essentialism. Like there, I don't really have a name for it. There isn't like a good way to say it, but it's like. Like, I feel like when you force too much etiquette on a blue collar worker, it's kind of bullshit and stupid. I mean, the big thing in like Japan is mostly kind of boils down to like it's you've been doing it for years. Like you've been doing it for years. It's tradition. It's just something. It's this is going to come off as completely wrong, but it is the correct term to use. But it's been perverted over the years. It's memes. Le Burner, okay, now comment here rather than Discord. Welcome aboard. Make sure to make sure to follow. But one of the big things is they're memes. And I say that in the technical definition of what a meme is. A technical definition of a meme is pretty much just cultural consistencies. The fact that we turn, when we sit down at the table, we wait for everybody else to sit down at the table to start eating. Yeah, over whale burgers. Damn straight, we need whale burgers, bruh. It's the fact that that's a meme. The fact that they it's like it's a yakamasu, all that. That's a meme. It's effectively just a cultural touchstone that's been repeated so many times. It's just kind of become ingrained in the culture. We have thousands of little memes we don't even realize. And I think the problem is you can never address them because it's weird to everybody who isn't that. Like, here in the States anyway, walking and drinking something or walking and eating, that's a pretty common thing. That's not really weird. Yeah, that's really what it boils down to them. For them, is that it's general etiquette. This is something to be nice. Hey, whenever you wait till everyone gets served. Hey, everybody. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of the issue is it kind of makes it sound all weird and over the top. It's like it's really over detailed. Not everybody is going to well, I have to wait for somebody else to fill up my glass to do. No, not everyone's going to do. You're going to fill up your own glass sometimes. You're going to fill up your friend's glass. And you're drinking, you're having fun. At more formal events, kind of like the more casual the event is, obviously people aren't going to do that. When you're sitting at home, you probably will put your shoulders on the table. Or, maybe if it's just you and another person, you'll start eating before they sit down because you're fucking hungry. Etiquette and rules, and I understand why they're all here, but it's really detailed, and it's Japanophilia. But it's the worst kind of Japanophilia. Yeah, here's all about Shinto. We all love Shinto. I usually, one of the biggest issues is that Shintoism usually gets fucked over in a lot of games because it's a weird religion. It's kind of because it's a very ancient religion, and very ancient religions are very strange. Because I've heard one oh, it's an animist religion. I'm like, that's kind of a weird way of putting it. You're correct. However, also completely wrong. It's a very, very specific religion, and it's maybe don't bring it up too much. So this is page 68 of 208. We finally hit it here. Guess what, everybody? It's a dice pool system. You're going to roll a set of d6s, and you're going to add them all together. Hello, phone. But there's a catch. If you roll a 4, it's a 0. But if you roll a 6, they explode. Oh, fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you, words. Putting your elbows on the table. Fuck you. I mean, I guess you can put your shoulder, that's kind of a faux pas as well. I mean, twisting around and laying on the table. That's kind of a faux pas. I'd be a little bit weirded out by that. But yeah, 4 counts as 0, 6 explodes. Outside of that, it's a add everything up together and roll. So, for example, if you roll 3d6, 2, 5, and 5, it would be 12. You get a 1, 1, 4, and 5. It's a 7, as 4 is ignored. And, for example, Bunderpilkens, you're only really going to be rolling your characteristics. So, for example, let's say I need to make a strength check. I'm going to roll 2d6. And I'm going to roll my 2d6. Let's say I'm going to make a strength check with athletics. I'm going to take my dice. I'm going to roll. I roll double 6s, but let's say I didn't roll a 6. Let's say I rolled a 5. Like, cool, I got an 11. I'm going to re-roll my 6, and I got a 14. Then I'm going to add whatever my skill is. So I roll a 14 plus 2 is 16. That's how you do it. Oh no, I need to drive a car with my perception. I rolled this. Like, oh no, I rolled a 4. I only rolled a 3 plus my drive of 5 plus my car of 2. So I only rolled an 8. Oh no! I'm not having a good time. You can also optionally put a botch rule in there. I don't know if I like this or not. I really don't know if I like this system or not. Yeah, the belief system's weird because inner working of the complicated. Oh yeah. Yeah, no, it's yeah, I've gone deep into a few theologies because I find them interesting, mostly because my friend was Mormon, actually. Back in high school, my friend was Mormon. And so I had to learn a lot about Mormonism just because I was interested. And I was like, okay. Which has led to me to like research a few different religions at this point. Yeah, no, I find religions very fascinating, very interesting. Am I like super religious myself? Absolutely not. I am not. Though I do respect people. I do respect religious people. That's the thing. I respect them immensely. Mormonism though is fucking weird. Imagine being Sandy Peterson, who is Mormon. Yeah, don't. Mormons are everywhere. Like, they're fucking everywhere. Yeah, it's the Pan Asian Cooperative or stuff. There's a. It's been kind of the dream. I mean, there's also like, again, you have things like the East Asian Coke Prosperity Sphere, which was Japan's thing, what they wanted to do back in World War II. So that probably has a little bit of influence on it. And the thing is, usually when people talk about, like, it's the Pan-Asian Super Alliance, they never factor in the East Asian country, like the Southeast Asian countries. They never factor in those. Nobody ever talks about Malaysia. Even though, fun fact, Malaysia's fucking huge. Actually, I have a friend from Malaysia. Very pretty place, would love to visit there and drink much of their alcohol. We were never at war with East Asia. But yeah. I'm not 100% on the system. 4 is such a weird number on D6s. I get it. It's like saying, like, oh, yo, ones don't count as anything. But that, it does make, like, it's 1, 2, 3, 5, and then 6. You effectively, that's what you're rolling. It's really weird to me. I don't know if I like it or not. But, yeah, that's what most of the time you're going to be rolling. You're just going to roll all your dice, add whatever your skill and specialization level is, and exceed it. Sometimes you're just going to make a characteristic roll, and that's it. Cool. Sometimes you might not be, good, equal to twice characteristic score. So you're always assumed to have like a plus something. So, for example, with Bunda here, with Bunda Pilkins, if I need to make a dexterity score and I don't have a skill for it, what I'm going to do is I'm going to roll 2d6 and add +4. So I rolled a 6 + 4, I rolled a 10. This is not like the most like, oh wow, I've never seen this game before. No, you've seen this game before. This is not a complicated game. And it's like, oh, wow, that's neat. You do have a little bit of margins of success and failure, but it's pretty much whatever you rolled over or whatever you rolled under, you might get a little bit of bonus damage. Cool. We did it. So you're going to get some creation points based on your age. It's actually one of the few games I know where you get points based off your age, which I do find it interesting, though, up here when it comes to the age group. Being younger means you just get a lot less skill points, but there's no penalty for being older, which usually what I see by being older is you get stat penalties. Like, oh, hey, you have a lot more skills, but, like, your max strength is, like, 1. Or something like that. That's usually the case that you can use to get older characters in there with a lot more skills and still make sense. They don't do that in here. They're just like, oh, no, play 21 to 35. Being old is cool. Yeah. Let's see. Indonesia's, it's relevant in their region. Yeah. Yeah. If you ever see like Mormon, they all look like missionaries. They probably are. Mormons actually have a very strong missionary network. They are almost required to do it. My friend was down in it was Peru or Paraguay. I can't remember which one. How do you do, fellow fossils? Yeah. In any other, support counting as 0 would feel like a bizarre math artifact from early in development. Here, I know it. Yeah, it's because of Japan autism. Yeah, but yeah, this is you get to choose your social rank. I think this is kind of weird. It doesn't do much though, except whatever your income is. Like you can say, "Hey, I'm homeless." You're gonna get 50,000 yen per month, or you can say, "Oh, I'm an executive," or "I'm a yakuza." Like, "Oh, hey, what are you?" "I'm a yakuza." Like, yeah, or you're a dealer, or a computer technician, or a genetic scientist. Though I do find it very funny that a computer technician and a genetic scientist are technically making the exact same. I do find that very amusing. Or, hey, I'm a robotic salesman, or a dealer, or a cop. Yeah. Like, oh boy, a PI, or an exorcist. I chose to deliberately make Bunder a 0 guy, so he has a 0. He has 0 rank. He has no place in society. You also have a bunch of secondary characteristics, which I'm going to summarize here. Hit is pretty much your hit points. Serious wound threshold is whenever you take over that amount of damage, you're going to start taking a penalty. So let's say I take like 12 damage, I'm going to take a penalty to it. If I go negative 9 HP, if I hit negative 10 HP, I'm going to die. Movement is how many meters I can move. Defense is what my target to hit exclusively in melee is. Reaction speed is my ability to actually react to things. And action is how many actions I can get per combat. Now, I'm going to show you this. Action is reflexes divided by 2, rounding up. So having 3 reflexes means you can double the amount of actions you can do per round. Oh yeah, if you thought deck spam and reflex spam wasn't best, you are severely wrong. You are severely mistaken, my friend. Yeah, no, in the far future, mind you, there's technically there's a 6th social rank up here, and that's where the genocrats live, the guys who are able to genetically modify themselves to be superhumans. I can only assume they make far, far more than everybody else. Yeah, I don't really think they got the prices very right. So let's say like 50k yen to USD. That would be, you make $391 a month effectively as a rank 0. However, with 900,000, you make $7,000. Am I reading that right? No, I can't be reading that right. It's 900,000 yen. Yeah, you'd be making $7,000 a month. Yeah, you're a shitty CEO is what I'm saying. From where the homeless guy got 50,000 yen. We don't question it. Don't question it. That's my thinking. Just don't think about it. You'll be happier for it. Now, interestingly enough, you don't really get skills necessarily. You get skill areas and specializations. So skill areas have kind of like very broader ones, while your specializations are a little bit more precise. So the thing is, you don't put like points into handguns, you put things into firearms and then handguns. So anytime I shoot with a handgun, I technically roll a +6 because I'm a very trained firearm expert. Or, hey, it's drive. You can drive anything with a +3, but if I'm in a car, I get a +2 on top of all of that. If I roll robotics with puppet bots, I'm going to get a +7. Very simple, very easy. I actually quite like this. It's a nice and to the point. You can freely choose wherever you want. And it also, the big thing with your Kaiso, it also determines, one, who's looking at you, two, what places you can access and what you can buy. So, yeah, there's also biotech and things. It's like, cool, but it's hellishly expensive, so poor people don't get it. So, I too like Akira. But yeah, no, Dex and reflexes are top tier. Always max Dex and max Dex and reflexes. Hey man, property value. This is future Japan, man. We've been blockaded. Yeah. Wait, that reminds me. I need to show this bit. Oh, oh god, I forgot about the funniest fucking thing in the world. The thing that makes absolutely zero sense. And where are you? Transportation, Shineido, occult tech, don't care. Where are? Tell me more about women and women and family. All right. For some time, the birth rate has been decreasing. Having been anticipated for years, government after government saw this phenomenon as the opportunity to reduce the population in hope of ending Japan's dependency on imports and solving the problem of its dwindling living space. Using and abusing this power, several governments have, little by little, acquired arable fields and several fisheries and livestock farms, so as to set up a public food policy. As for the Japanese, they have adapted to these changes without blinking. Machines replace the dwindling human workforce, and poor people are forced to count on Japan's new strategy of self-sufficiency to feed themselves. Oh! Yeah, women wishing to stay home and raise children for life are rare. Even if they wish it, nothing guarantees that the Ministry of Family will grant them permission to have children. This is Shinzo Abe's nightmare. Oh, Shinzo literally had to retire because he was too busy trying to get his people to have sex. Like, he's like, please, I'm begging. This is not a request. I'm begging you, please. My brother in Christ, I'm begging you. But yeah, you get one of the issues, like anything with like Dex or anything like that. Dex and reflexes are just the best thing to always invest in, because moving faster and hitting harder is usually the best thing to do, and having more actions means I can do more things. But yeah, you aren't really investing in necessarily things like bikes. You invest in things like drive, but you also have the unfortunate issue of drive being different from watercraft or pilot or popular culture and spiritual. Yeah, don't worry. If you want to invest heavy in the spiritual and put all your points into Christianity, yeah, you can be Mormon if you want. You also get some which requires different things. Like, for example, to get electrical, you need physical sciences. To get explosive, physical sciences. Medicine, natural sciences. I believe the absolute worst one is robotics, because you need electrical mechanics and microphotonics. You need all three of those to get robotics. And that's it. These are sample characters that you can enjoy. Welcome to the fixer. Look at him, cool. Or you're a student, you're 19 years old. Yeah, gamers. Yeah, or I'm a cop, man of the day. Yeah. Yeah, here's the Ghost in the Shell reference. Here's a media idol. Private investigator. It looks so janky. I love it. Fucking normies. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, yeah, don't worry. She is dumped. Yeah, this is a student, mind you. She's 19. Oh no. No, you can't say this. You can't go into humanities 2, natural sciences, popular culture, media. Oof. The thing is, I don't even know if I did this right. I really don't, because it's like, oh, firearm study, handgun 6, expertise. I have no idea. I didn't see anything like that. But yeah, this is, these are your characters. Now, unfortunately, I did not make Bunder Pilkins sucks. I hate to break it to you, Pilkins. I spread your stats around to be the most spread out nightmare creature available. And I think what I should technically do, actually, no, do I have anything at 5 specialization? No. Even if I wanted to, I have 0 specialization and I cannot acquire Gimmiku. Yeah, your Gimmiku, pretty much, if you have a high specialization, you get to add in the gimmicks. For example, like accuracy. If the check is successful, 4 points are added to the success margin. Or, hey, I have master out. A 5 on the die can be rolled just like a 6. Or boost, rolls an extra dice. It is added to the other d6 with characteristic checks. Cool. That's neat. But only if you've I think this game really wants you to play like a really focused character. Pilkins is not. Pilkins is spread around to be a guy who with gun. Yeah, here's all the skills. All the skills you could ever want, kind of thing. And I don't really want to word this. It's literally every single thing that you could ever want in a game. Gimmiku. Too bad here, Bob. Gimmiku. Yeah, no. Luckily, again, Bunder Pilkins here. He has invested quite heavily. As you can see, I try to make him the most authentic human being I can. With his high brawling skills, his ability to shoot people with a gun, his extensive athletics training, the fact that he can drive a car, because again he drives. Very high awareness, very high good at programming things. And he can fix Roombas. Because that's what Puppet Bot... I didn't realize that's what Puppet Bots were. I thought they were like, oh, cool, weird Bunraku things. No, they're like Roombas. So, Pilkins can fix Roombas really well. That's his job. Now, action, this is like what a majority of the thing. This is combat. Initiative is whatever your reflexes is D6s, plus times 2 whatever your... It's pretty much characteristic check for reflexes. So, for example, oh no, what's my initiative? It's going to be... Well, it's 8. Wow! I rolled shit. I'm going to die. Now, melee attacks, it chooses to parry or dodge, it's an opposed action. However, you need to hit their defense for this. They need to hit 12 for me. In a melee combat, they need to pretty much beat my defense. That's how it works, and this is how we're going to work for it. Now, the big thing is you have 3 different options. You can do a normal attack, which is going to be dexterity plus appropriate skill. You can choose to power attack. Player makes an action check using strength plus the appropriate skill, plus the strength invested into the attack by the attacker. Now, the big idea is what you can do with things like power attack is, we'll use this as an example, make a power attack with a strength of 2, increase it by +2. Manage to hit his opponent by increases the damage by 4. Pretty much what you can do is increase the difficulty it is to hit somebody, but hey, hit them for harder. So I can be like, oh no, I'm going to roll, I'm going to do a lot of big damage, and I've hit them in the fucking face, and they're now on their ass. Fast attack is the same thing with reflexes, though, which is you pretty much sub out the ability to hit a target in exchange for doing less damage. However, if you have something, say, a taser, you don't really need to give a shit whether or not you do a lot of damage to them. It's because I've tased you, you're on the ground, ha 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 ha. And very simple, very to the point. I actually quite like it. I think this system works pretty well. Again, Dex reflex still king. If you want to do a melee character, Dex and reflex. Makes me wonder why they didn't just replace L's with R's. Melee combat. Yeah, it's almost like that a little bit. Now, this might just be the English version. The French version maybe be lovely. I don't know. Here's all the modifiers and all that jazz. Basic. Now, range combat, however, just works off a basic 2-hit. Are you short range, medium range, long range, or extreme? Your short range, I rolled a 5 and a 6. I'm going to reroll that 6. Cool. I rolled 16 plus my 6. I'm going to hit you because I'm short range. Bang. Plus, I get to do a lot more damage because I just shot you. Which, again, is dexterity plus skill. This is a dex-heavy game. You're going to like your dex. Invest in the attack, more perception, range attack rolls. Not really too complex in that regard. Automatic fire, obviously you can do more damage. Now, the big thing is right here. Attack MS plus weapon damage. That means if you roll really high, you're going to be able to fuck somebody's shit up real fucking fast. Like one or two hits, you're on your ass. They're bleeding. They're in pain. They are not doing fun. Like they are not having fun. Which I like. I like this, actually. It's fine. Wounds, obviously, you have to go over what does falling do, what is asphyxiation, what's strangling, drowning, burns, pathogens, drugs and toxins, diseases. Can't forget about diseases. How healing works. I do find it interesting. They did put this in. This is the ER miracles mechanic. If somebody finds you, emergency reanimation techniques and emergency interventions. However, if they find you, they make a check versus target number equaling 24 minus the death threshold plus the number of minutes between declared death and their intervention. So, for example, Pilkins here, let's say Pilkins is on death's door, he is dying, and he's been dead for 1 minute. 24 pretty much minus 8. They need to make a 16 or higher check. Let's say they have a +3. They're going to roll, and they rolled a 2. Pilkins is dead. They're fucking dead. He's fucking dead. But yeah, if you succeed, you can actually save your life. Especially if you get things like this. Yeah, an EMT, emergency treatment, that's a plus, let's see, 9 plus 3, that's 12. Like, yeah, you can very easily bring, I wouldn't say easily bring somebody back to life, but you can. Evolution, you're going to get experience, and you're going to be able to buy more things. Cool. You know how doing that works? all the armory. Here's all the melee weapons. There's no price for melee weapons. You just do it. Just have fun. Don't forget, you can buy a katana, and a katana is pretty much one of the best weapons in the game. Because you do good amount of damage, and you get a good amount of ability to hit people with a weapon. Let's see, where's the katana? Show me the katana. It does 2d6 plus 2 damage, plus reflexes plus 1. Plus your reaction plus 1. You move faster with a katana. You hit harder with a katana. Yeah, you can go gamer mode with a katana. Because, of course, you can. Why wouldn't you? Again, yeah, no. Can you pull off the, teleports behind you? Psh, nothing personal, kid. As you slice a cyborg in half with your katana? Yes. However, there's one problem. And that problem is the gun. Guns are insane. You can get... I have a small caliber pistol. It does the same amount of damage as a katana, but I have good range on you, which is really easy to hit people. Haha, I'm a katana man. Bang! Yeah, this is even most damage you're going to do is about 3d6, but it's about the consistency. And that's the big thing. If you can consistently hit somebody, you're going to have a good time. It's great. Double shot. Yeah. Now, they do actually, again, I do like the fact that they have weird weapons. Hey, here's gauze weapons. Here's direct energy weapons. All the special ammunitions. Cool. Hey, yeah, no, if you want to buy completely non-lethal ammo, if you want to buy plastic ammo, cool. You can still do that. And there's actually quite a few non-lethal options. And I do the thing is, I like the fact that there are non-lethal options. I like the fact that, short can't shoot a hard rubber ball in order to knock the wind out of an opponent and make him fall down. I like the fact that you can pretty much buy, a thing to just beat the shit out of somebody. Even though there's pulsing microwaves transmit silent sounds into the skull of a person or animal. This information can be transmitted as a voice or subliminal audio messages. Has powerful hypnotic effect on the target. Yeah, no, yeah, have fun with that. You want to be literally just an yeah. You can just do damage to people by using the power of the voice to skull system. Yeah. I love technology. But again, I like the fact that there's there's ways to do things. That's neat. Wait, I find that just neat. Also, a machine gun is worth 15 million yen. Cool. Protection, they barely care about protection. Bulletproof vest apparently is free, so that's why Pilkins has reinforced Kevlar. You just reduce damage by whatever it is. So if you take 7 damage, you have a 6 armor. Cool. Nito Burrito. You're taking a little bit less damage. I like it. It works. It's simple. It doesn't really need to be that. The thing is, it doesn't need to be any more than what it is. And that's okay. Now, mind you, there's a lot of here's a bunch of hardware. If you want cyberpunk bullshit, here everything you need. It works pretty well. Nothing is really too out of the ordinary, but as you can see, some of these are prohibitively expensive for literally everybody. You can pretty much play Pokemon if you want with Pocket Bakamono. Have no fear. Here's anonymous shit posting. You'll never get back up. Yeah, all the technology. Here's all the bio stuff. Here's all the nanotech. Here's a bunch of stuff that you want to buy. Here's some contacts. John Hamilton. Yeah. Damn Pan-Asiatics. Yep, Pan-Asiatics. Yeah. You want random characters? Like Kuro, Yoshisha, Zeki Suzuko, oh no, oh. Pavel, oh god, I'm gonna butcher this. I apologize to all my Russians. Pavel Sergeyevich Tabyashev. Yes, I'm a gaijin in this closed country. I do social work. Yeah, these Mekagumi, or losers, can only rely on themselves, the association I created. Ispoworu. We try our best to bring solace to those people and their with our meager resources. I often prowl the streets in my old hovercraft Nissan van. Yeah, Nissan's still around in the Kabuki-cho streets, looking for help whoever I can. I made a lot of contacts. I've given sandwiches and blankets of pretty much every homeless person and thug in the area. But put in a good word, I may manage to get one of those people that live in this closed and ignored world to talk to you and tell you what they've seen. Yeah! Remember when this was about, like, fighting, like, yeah, flesh and shadow? Like, yeah, here's a lot of stuff. Yeah, there are spirits. You want to fight a ghost? They have 75 hit points. They're going to beat the shit out of you if they get too close. They are very hard to hit, but have no fear. I have a gun. Oh, thanks for the suicide hotline, Twitch. No, please, Mr. Gorvanovich. I don't want to go in the van. Yeah, no, they have a bunch of powers and a bunch of abilities. That's the big idea is that the normal people are pretty much like you. The ghosts and the spirits are like this. You're fighting Ringu, effectively. You want to fight a Kappa? He's got 60 HP and he has a defense of 24. Get the shotgun out. We have to hunt Kappa. All I'm saying is, if you walk down the street and you see this motherfucker, I'm running. Fuck you. Fuck this. I'm leaving. I'm gone. Sayonara. We had a good time. Oh, the Kappa's got spilt out. Until such time is able to return to water home and refill the hollow. Most of the time, these things have like a thing that they have to do, or they're all melee, or they only have like a gun. Or you can just fight an Oni with 95 HP and can just fuck you if they get too close. They move incredibly slowly, but it's like, oh god, oh god, oh god, shoot them. Though amusingly enough, Onis can use firearms. Yeah, we don't talk about that, but all the fantastic like creatures all look scary to me. They all look fucking horrifying. Yeah, typical Kuro games, Kuro campaigns, and it's the Game Master section. Here's the thing with Kuro. Kuro is good. Now, I'll put that as a... Now, what you don't see is the apocalyptically large asterisk after that line. Kuro is good. Apocalyptically large asterisk. And what the asterisk is effectively stating is something very simple. It's a good game if you want to run a cyberpunk Japanese game. If you very specifically want to run a Japanese cyberpunk game, yeah, Kuro's fun. If you want to add some like weird mystic magic bullshit to it, yeah, okay, you can do that. If you want to run a game which effectively boils down to you are the cyberpunk exorcists trying to shoot a Kappa because even with your cybernetic enhancements, yeah, cool. Yeah, it's gonna work. It's gonna work just great. Is this gonna change the world? Are you gonna have like, yeah, that's a cyber Japan game. Sounds like a saturated market. Yeah. Yeah. you see the problem. Like, it's one of those things, like, if you don't want to play, like, Shadowrun, or you don't want to play Cyberpunk, this isn't a bad alternative. I would always say, I want to play a Cyberpunk Japan game. You know, Japanese Cyberpunk game. Okay. You know, it's like, oh, okay, you want to play that? Have you tried Cyberpunk Red? Or Cyberpunk 2020, whichever your version. Didn't like it very much. Okay, then I would say Kuro. It's never going to be the first option. That's the thing. Never the first option. Sometimes the second. Now, all of this could technically change in the sequel book, Kuro Tensei. Because apparently in Kuro Tensei, what the idea behind it is that it answers all the questions of what happened and provides a lot more resources for you to get it. Just run it in 5e. I will ban your ass. If you recommended Cyberpunk Red one more time, I'll call it for a nuclear missile. That's one of those weird things, like, it's one of the, like, with Cyberpunk Red, it's like, do you just want to play a Cyberpunk game? Fine, fuck it. Here it is. Because it's one of those issues, like, there isn't really that many Cyberpunk games, is there? Let's think, well, there's the Cyberpunk series itself. Let's just say that. Cyberpunk by itself is a Cyberpunk game. You could say Shadowrun is, but Shadowrun is very much its own thing, and we haven't seen an update since 5th edition. I've never actually read Interface Zero. I will have to look at that. Like, I read Cyberpunk Red, I was like, it's kind of stupid the way it's formatted, but I'm like, alright, this wouldn't be too hard to fix. So, I'll have to look at Interface Zero. That might be one of my next, you know, not necessarily a case, or it might just be me saying, hey, look at this instead, if you want a Cyberpunk game. But that's kind of the issue with Kuro, is that Kuro is never the first recommendation to anything. It's always going to be the second. Do you like Savage Worlds? I like the idea behind Savage Worlds. For a Cyberpunk game, yeah, it could work. There are people who hate Savage Worlds. They despise Savage Worlds. I do not get why. I get if you want to play something that isn't really like hardcore combat, Savage Worlds isn't usually appealing. But I usually tend to okay, that's probably why I haven't heard too much about it, because it's Savage Worlds. Yeah, that's like Savage Worlds works exactly what the original intent was. I've seen some people claim that it doesn't, like, if you play Savage Worlds as this is a cheesy, stupid pulp game where it's like, let's blast, hey, danger, we have to blast some Nazis. Bang, bang, bang. Oh no, get in the plane, Gorilla Man. If you picture it like that, then like, yeah, it works pretty well. Shotgun rules will always be broke shit. There's a relatively new addition to Savage Worlds, right? Relatively new. So I'll have to look at that. But yeah, that's Kuro. My thoughts on Kuro effectively go to always the second, always the bridesmaid, never the bride. I think that's the most unfortunate line I can assign to it. This brings me to the next game we're gonna go over. Now, we have two options, and everybody here, I'll let you all decide. Do we want to go back to war, or do we want to go on an adventure? I'm hearing war. All right, I'm hearing war. All right, everybody. Time for a game that haunted me for a while, ever since I found it. Ever since I found the game, I was fascinated by it. What do you mean it's not a PDF? PDF. Okay, so let me just bring that up here. Yeah, Manly Nuggy Salmon will be the one guiding us through Lightning War today. Let me just Warren is an adventure. Yeah, Lightning War was one of those games that I found by complete accident. I remember it distinctly. Somebody posted it in a thread saying, "What about fantasy war games?" Someone posted being this like, "I found this game. I looked a little interesting. Couldn't find a PDF. Didn't really look too much deeper. Have you considered playing only war?" Now, and immediately when I started kind of describing it, you might be thinking, this sounds a lot like only war. But Lightning War, at the end of the day, is a game about fantasy World War II. You are the Allied nations fighting against the Apex powers, and you are trying your best to fight the good fight and destroy evil in a very fantasy world. As you can kind of see by the cover, we have pretty much the mages are called arcs. You pretty much have combat mages, and that comically small gun is used by a dwarf. That is why he looks a little bit weirdly proportioned. But yeah, there are fantasy races, and they have guns. And it's like, we need to call an artillery position on the elves who are invading us. Just make sure their combat caster doesn't cast a shield on them. Yeah, it's like, oh, all right, that's cool. It's like, yeah, that's napalm potion sticks to kids. But let's see. We want to go to Lightning War TTRPG. Now, mind you, if you try to like Google this normally, I'll give you a hint what pops up. Blitzkrieg. Blitzkrieg Lightning War Holocaust Encyclopedia. Yep. Okay. But yeah, this is Lightning War. It was actually on Kickstarter. Oh yeah, we're gonna have to go over the. I don't know why we're. Kickstarter, why did you put me in fucking Spanish again? Yeah, this is Lightning War. By a guy named Ben Sanderfield. A tabletop skirmish RPG set in a fantasy world, World War II. Which, trust me, we're going to get to the lore. One of the inadvertent parts of this case turned out to be gamed with fucking stupid lore. Yeah, here's the Lightning War. It's like, all right. Okay, it mind you, it barely made its goal. $375 over its goal. Not much else. Very tightly made. Let's just say that. Now, Ben himself hasn't really made anything else. This is Games Inc. This is his company. This is the thing that he publishes through. The things that he's made are a Seeker's Guide to Twisted Taverns. He wrote for this. I was hired as a freelance writer for 2 of the taverns. Lightning War, which came out in June 2020. This is 2 years old. Here's Ben. Hi, Ben. You want to email Ben Sanderfield? You totally can. And a Siege 2020, give a lecture about dice mechanics. Or a 4v4 arena shooter, made in core engine for combat test. Or Tomb of Many Eyes, co-op dungeon crawl. Lightning War, a spec script for a hypothetical TV series set in Star Wars universe, loosely based on the classic video game. The script was finished 2 months before Star Wars Squadrons, and then the Bloodlust campaign, an official D&D adventure written organized play. Yeah, this is the guy. This is what he does. Could I find anything else about Ben Sanderfeld? Well, I found his Twitter. Hello, Ben. How are you? He's very proud of his work. I give him that. He's very all I'm saying is that this is the kind of guy who puts the fact that he is a proud social justice activist in his fucking Twitter bio. I want off the fucking ride, everybody. But yeah, here it is. This is who he is. Now, the only person this is really it. You may be saying, okay, does he have anything else? No, he has. This is the only thing of his company is Lightning War. And 3 reviews. People seem to really like it. And I'm like, all right, so it can't be that bad. Right? It can't be that bad. It's got to have something interesting about it. No updates, no anything. And I'm like, all right, let's check it out. That's really all I could find on it. He's just like you. Send your Notepad. Bot reviews. See, that's the thing. I have never bought any reviews. Never bought anything to support this. I have done it entirely based off word of mouth and complete autism. Bot reviews, no, I think this is just, it's a unique enough concept that I think some people hopped on and says, like, this is a cool idea. And if you think about it, yeah. It's kind of a cool idea. Kind of an interesting idea. It's like, okay, cool. Cool idea. You know, the thing is, like, there's nothing wrong with this. Like, I shit on people who go to Kickstarter a lot. I do, because it's usually games that don't do much. But yeah, this is Lightning War. Basic field manual. And this is by the 4 people who really worked on it. I think this was entirely written, and I think these people were in a part of it. I think it was mostly this guy. I think it was mostly Sanderfelder. And introduction. What is a skirmish RPG? So, for those who've never played something like, say, Only War, one of the core ideas behind Lightning War is that you are part of a squad. There are usually every character is technically 3 characters. We go to Manly here, for example. Manly here is a specialist. He's a flamethrower. He has his 2 grunts. Henry Tudor, who's a burly grunt, and Iro Tolinkowitz, who is a wary grunt, or Iro Uncle Tolinkowitz. Those are his 2 grunts. Now, the big idea is that as a squad of soldiers, you're kind of working together to do things. And it is a strategy game more than anything. It's kind of the best way to say it, that it's the brother in the RPG family that talks to Uncle Wargame too much. You know? That's kind of the best way to kind of put it. A lot of common with tabletop wargame. Tactical combat plays a much larger role. The tactical combat plays a much larger role in Lightning War than it does in other RPGs. I'm not like the other girls. My brother in Christ. So there's technically there's 3 ways to play this game, which is action mode. Yeah, action. Adventure mode. Yeah, which they, for some reason, cite The Mummy. I'm like, all right. And survival. Yeah, so kind of choose which war movie you want to play. Don't forget about the safety tools, very important. Here are, as you can tell, these are the nations. This is World War II, right here. We will go over to these, and I'm gonna give you a real fast hint of this is gonna be really fucking stupid, like irredeemably dumb. It's great. However, hello phone. What's up, phone? You want to tell me about something? What's going on? What's hippity happening? Want to tell me what's going? Oh goodness. So, the main thing with this particular also, fun fact, I got someone to visit my website from Ilkrich Grafendensen, France. The French are on to me. The French are on to me, everybody. Now, what this core system is effectively, you're going to take a difficulty die and you're going to try to roll under whatever your attribute is. So, for example, let's say something is easy and I need to do a dexterity check. I'm going to take a d6, I'm going to roll, I rolled a 2, under my dexterity, I am successful. That is the system. And it's fine. RPG with a blade of HP bags, to a degree. So, yeah, that's kind of how the game works. That's kind of like, that's the core mechanic. You know, if something is if it's something trivial, you're gonna roll a d4. If it's something hard, you're gonna roll a d10. All under these attributes, and these are actually a pretty standard array. These are a pretty standard set of abilities that a character is going to have. Now, this leads to the advantage and disadvantage system, because yes, there's an advantage and disadvantage system. How that works is you're going to take 2 of the difficulty dice you're going to roll, and whatever is the lowest is the one you're going to take. If it's disadvantage, you're going to take the highest. A little bit different, but has the same idea, what you would think. Some things are automatic successes. It's greater than or equal to the higher the number. You do it. Sometimes you re-roll. That's it. Okay. We're gonna have to do a what we're gonna do is we're gonna do a basic rundown of the lore. So the lore. Well, in this fantasy world, there's a thing called, pretty much, spirits are everywhere. And these spirits, since they are everywhere, are kind of interacting with people, and they interact with the world just as much as they interact with communities. Spirit and an area around a town will eventually kind of take on aspects of the town. More spirits that are in an area, they'll begin to congeal into a single spirit, a big spirit. And that's kind of where magic comes from, is the manipulation of these spirits. Now, the big thing is, at one point there were people called pretty much the Dark Lords. The Dark Lords were like, hey, we can totally use spirit energy to do things. We can totally use spirits to do things. So what they did was that they deliberately took a spirit and fucked that spirit up. They made it very evil, very malicious, and they eventually harnessed its power to destroy the world. And they ruled the world for a very long time, however, they were overthrown, leading to the cycle. The cycle is very simple. A Dark Lord will emerge, they will be overthrown, about a century apiece, a new Dark Lord will emerge. Very simple. Not exactly the most innovative setting. However, this is where things get a little bit interesting. Over the years, people found out where everyone's coming from. They come from a place called the Grey Wastes. Right over here. The Grey Wastes are pretty much a nightmare town where everything is awful, and if you go into that, you're probably going to develop uber cancer. Uber cancer is bad. So, how it came down to be is that the people, over time, technology improved, and at one point, they defeated the Dark Lord before they could ever rise up too much. Before the Dark Lord could take over the world, they defeated them. And pretty much, they built a wall around the Grey Wastes and forced the dwarves to pay for it. Or everyone paid for it, pretty much. They built a wall around the Grey Wastes, and they fought there. And it's been for multiple cycles where the Dark Lord should have risen up, they've been defeated in the Grey Wastes. And the last big one who arrived was shot immediately by a rifleman. And that was like oh my god, everything is so great and wonderful. Like, everyone invented fucking World War II guns, and that's why we could defeat the Dark Lord very easily, so he couldn't summon the undead to kill us all. The big idea behind the Dark Lord is that they influence nations to make things go wrong. They can have power over spirits. However, last one's dead. Everything has gone to shit in the Grey Waste. Everyone doesn't care anymore. We have guns. However, last war breaks out. Oh no, we totally almost lost. Which led to this country, Fereth. Fereth is comically evil. I want you to emphasize that they are they are comically evil. They are they are pretty much slavers. They are monsters. They are hyper-imperialists. They are bastards. They're Germans, effectively. They're the Germans. However, their big thing is that since they have slave labor, things are super cheap. But since they're so hierarchical, none of the spirits can really do anything. So they're the ones who built a gun. like it's like they're the ones who built guns and like artillery shells. Like they're Germany. They're evil Germany. Not like they're comically evil Nazi Germany. However, after the war, what they did was say, hey, we want to invade Vymantia. Vymantia is the old empire of elves who are evil, but they're ancient and wise and mystical and also totally imperial. They're pretty much like Great Britain. They were these massive imperial power, but over time they've kind of, kind of gone down, and unfortunately over time, they have kind of, they have a problem with the idea being that as elves, there aren't many elves, so they have to pretty much recruit the child races to work in the factories for them. Vymantia is like, oh no, they're the ones who usually have to bear the brunt of the Dark Lord. Fereth invaded and took this territory right here, the disputed land zone for territory, for resources, which led to Vymantia being like, well, fuck, we don't like this. This sucks. We aren't really getting much, and we've lost a lot. They got pissed. This was effectively World War I. Fereth invaded Vymantia and kind of opened this territory up. Very bad. Everybody is sad. Now, this is where things get a little bit weirder. So, Gundundren is dwarves. They live in the mountain homes. They are dwarf supremacists. They don't like anyone who isn't a dwarf, to the point where they've exiled everyone who isn't a dwarf above ground. Fuck you. That's their lore. They're evil. The Free Isles is when the Dark Lord breaks out every time, people fled over to these giant islands. And don't worry, they're Malaysia. They're just Malaysia. They're fantasy Malaysia. You're going to enjoy it. And because they're fantasy Malaysia, we don't talk about them. However, there's also Meridian. Meridian is the nice people who are good and just and right, and everyone is happy, and everybody is diverse and happy with each other. There's nothing wrong, and everyone's okay with each other. The orcs get along with the humans, who get along with the dwarves, who get along with everybody, with the cinder folk, with the halflings. Everyone's happy, and the elves are shot and killed. That's not part of the lore, but you can't play an elf in this game. But yeah, Meridian is comical America with a Confederate flag for some reason. Yeah, this is America. This is Malaysia. Here's France, evil Germany, I guess Italy. That's the lore so far. Okay, y'all following me. Don't worry, it gets weirder. However, dealing with this war that was going on, oh no, World War I happened. That allowed the new Dark Lord to come out of hiding. She managed to slip past and join everybody to be really nice, cool. Then she publishes a book in Vymantia, pretty much saying, she pretty much released Mein Kampf for elves, being like, as an elf, you should be ruling everything, and everyone loves you. And they're like, oh my god, this is the greatest idea ever. Cool. Which has come to the point where she's now like a celebrity in that nation, in the elf nation. And everyone thinks she's the coolest thing ever. During this time, Gundren is having a communist revolution, which they're brutally putting down, as they fucking should. Now, this is where things get a little bit weird. So, we already know, that, mind you, this is all taking place within like 20 years. 20 years since. Now, here's where things get a little bit weird. Now, this is because of all of this, these three, Gundren, Fereth, and Vymantia, joined forces to become the apex powers after Fereth tries to invade, effectively, Florida. Yes, evil Nazi nation, evil German Nazis, tried to invade through Malaysia to invade America for resources. That's the plot. And when they did that, these guys all, like Vimantia and Feroth, declared that they're the apex powers, and and then they invaded the island they invaded Fantasy Malaysia, which called Meridian, which is Fantasy America, into the help fight alongside Malaysia. Now, also Gundundren is there, but they only supply support. They only supply support weapons, and they have like a little like cursory legions of soldiers. So that is the lore of Lightning War. Where is Switzerland? I think that's like the Serpent Kingdoms. Why don't they just attack the field parts of the map for resources instead? We don't talk about that. We don't talk about that. Now, here's the issue. Is where was it? Where's the fucking lore? Yeah, an alliance of convenience are not friends. Each nation thinks it's manipulated the other into advancing its own interests. They've manipulated Feroth and the Free Islands of Meridian to destroying each other. They'll reclaim their lost colonies and rebuild the old empire. Then they'll crush Feroth once and for all. They've only committed to the northern front because they want Feroth to exhaust its resources fighting Meridian. Gundundren is just kind of there for a reason. There's no real reason there. In truth, they're all being used by the Dark Lord. She wants the Lightning War to cause as much devastation and discord as possible, spiritual awakening becoming easy targets for her power. In the end, she'll propose using her magic to end the war, and the new Dark Age will feel like a mercy. Yeah. So, here's the issue with this. Either they just didn't quite understand why World War II happened, or they're just not thinking ahead of the time. The issue is what should occur. This would be a lot more impactful if two things occurred. One, evil Nazi Germany did not literally try to invade America for no reason. Like, we need resources. Cool. Attack the people you already attacked before. And beat. Twice. Like, honestly, if this was just like a massive war of like, yeah, you're playing as like Ferathians or Vimantians, just going to town on each other, just fucking killing each other. Cool, that worked. It's this weird, like, there's no justification really for let's invade these islands, because they're like, oh, there's not many resources on here. What they want to claim is this. They want to claim that they don't want to try to assault the dwarves or anything, or like flood the dwarf home. They don't want to attack the elves, who are already weak and don't like anybody. They don't want to do that. No, they want to do the hardest possible invasion ever to do this. It's like, oh no. And for some reason, absolutely nobody is like, why don't we just attack one another? Like, this alliance would not hold at all. There's nothing binding any of these people together. And be like, oh, well, it's an alliance of convenience. This isn't an alliance then. They have no reason to ally with one another. Farah, just fucking invade the elves. Just kill all the elves. Roll over them. What are they gonna fucking do? Shoot magic at you? I have a gun. They need Floridian bath salts. Yeah, so that's the lore. It's dumb. It's a kind of a dumb lore to justify this. Which is unfortunate, because if you didn't put in the fact that they're like, oh, the Dark Lord is here, and she's behind everything. If they didn't put that in, honestly, it'd be like, yeah, here's a pointless war. Cool, this is fine. It isn't. So, Lightning War, the actual game, you're going to roll your stats if you want. I rolled pretty well with Manly, as you can see. I rolled pretty well. You can assign if you want. This is, by the way, this is like the best you can physically do. Just pick the standard array, please. And then we have our species. Cinderfolk, dwarves, halflings, humans, orcs. No elves, though. No elves. Well, elves are a no-no. And then we have to pick our role in the squad. an arc, which is a soldier, which is pretty much a wizard, a chaplain, which is a battle cleric, an engineer, which is demolition, flamethrower is a nightmares close quarter specialist, which should technically be folded in with the engineer. We don't talk about that. Medic, officer, radio, scout, support, and troopers. These are all your classes, effectively. You can only... It is interesting is every squad only has a limit of 2 per squad. So you can't have a squad of 5 arcs. You can't have a squad of 5 medics. Though that would be funny. The big other thing is you create your grunts. You don't really create grunts necessarily. What you do is you choose a grunt and then you get their special ability as well as a bonus to your attributes. Kind of working in the way, if you've been following me for a bit, how I handled things in Project Tactics. Your companions give you, the main character, the specialist stats. Obviously, I went with a burly grunt and a wary grunt, so I can get a +1 to my fitness and a +1 to my perception, making me very perceptive and very fat and very strong. And then the appearance are various languages, which they do the funny thing of having free speak. Yeah, also there's no standards when it comes to this. You can have machine gunners. What just happened for Assia Butler? Don't you know? Yeah, pretty much. Machine gunners are primarily in support. They're support is pretty much machine gunners. It's a support more in the lines of Ghost Recon squads in that regard. Because machine guns are fucking amazing in this game. Because they usually are. Yeah, Meridian's military isn't segregated by gender. This has no issue on anything and will never not. Like, guys. So yeah, nothing ever bad happens here. Always remember that and do not question anything, please. What the fuck happened to what's going on to my poor mouse? Oh no. Oh no, no, no. All the wire. Oh. Poor mouse is dying. Yeah, we have our backstory. Now, this is actually, we'll get to this a little bit more, but backstory is actually very important. We have all our names, and they're all bullshit fantasy names. Arquin, Candon, Kendall, Morgan, Quinley, Randil, not Randall, Randil. Zandro, Gnarl, Arkle. Can you picture any woman named Arkle? Guarin? No. Free speak. Fe Frola Malin Pip Riddy Sarah Chalet. Brendan. Oh my god, it's Brendan Fraser, everybody. Yeah. Merchant's a last name. Little Starshine. Yeah, welcome to Fantasy Names 101. It's painful. Now, every species is going to give you a perk. You can select, you're going to get a few perks which symbolize who you are at the basic idea. So, the basic races are Cinder folk, who are impulsive, empathetic, and deeply emotional people. The problem is that they are also half spirit, half people. They are pretty much, who are the people? Who are the Gensai? Yeah, they're Gensai. By the way, they're Gensai. That's just who they are. You're gonna like it. Only 40 years, but they undergo a sort of reincarnation. When Cinderfolk dies of natural cause, they crumble to ash, and 1 to 2 infant Cinderfolk emerge from the remains. That's horrifying. Murder is especially taboo among Cinderfolk, as you're not likely killing one person, but ending their cycle of death and rebirth. Kill all the Cinderfolk. Just start popping. May raised communally, reborn Cinderfolk raised in cities are occasionally raised by neighbors or friends of the progenitor. As a result, they often develop friendship that lasts through several generations. So, you pretty much are made of fire and volcanic rock. You cannot be harmed by fire or extreme heat. However, you also glow faintly. Now, they say, oh, you can't be fire or extreme heat. You can be beat to death. And as a flamethrower, I'm going to hit you with my axe repeatedly. Flamers, while it's not completely fire, it can withstand Cinderpoke's fiery form. Yeah, I don't know why these guys are in. They kind of feel out of place weirdly. Most of the fantasy races feel very out of place and not really well explained, to be honest. Now, this is what the Cinderfolk look like. Again, they're Gensai from D&D. Dwarf. Picture dwarves. Congratulations, you figured out what these dwarves are like. You have dark vision, because you always have dark vision, stone cunning, and stubborn rationality. Yeah, you get stone cunning in this game. This is not a D&D game, by the way. Now, halflings. Halflings are the best. Yeah, no, obviously, I chose to play, we have 3 dwarves in a squad, with Manly being a dwarf. Dwarves are actually pretty decent, because you kind of sub out one thing. Now, halflings are also called mousefolk. They stand barely a meter tall, and tend to be pear-shaped bodies with long, gangly arms. Live together in timeless agrarian settlements of their homeland, the Northern Free Isles. Small, tightly knit communities celebrate a variety of holidays and an excuse to gather, socialize, and party. They're pretty much your standard, like, Lord of the Rings halfling. You know, they're pretty much hobbits. They're friendly little hobbits where they all dance around and everyone claps. Yay, everybody! It's time for second breakfast. Look at everybody, it's Samwise. Look, everyone, it's Pippin. Oh, Frodo's over there. Frodo, what are you doing? Stop looking at that ring. Everyone's happy. This is what halflings look like? I do not know. The Nazarene, right? I don't know why they look like this. Skaven, very close. Yeah, it's... Why? Why? Just why? Why do you do this, Ironside? But yeah, this is how halflings look. They're weird rat creatures. Now, one thing to note is that this is them drawn, like actual drawn and colored. Yeah, I don't... It's like, oh, okay. That's like, very... I'm like, nope. These look weird. Like, I have a strange feeling that these were not always called halflings. I think there was something far more creatively named for them, but then they just changed it to be halfling for recognition's sake, and that, or it's the other way around. These were traditional hobbits, but then they made it this to have something interesting. Also, huge man. You get more perks. You are human. You are everywhere. Everyone likes humans. Orcs, 2 meters tall, deeply emotional by nature. It's extraordinarily difficult to control their feelings. In many ways, it makes orcs even more intimidating. On the other hand, this means orcs are generally honest, genuine, and highly expressive. Many of the most prolific artists, poets, and creatives in Meridians are orcs. Meridian is literally the happy-go-lucky place where everybody gets along and there's no problems whatsoever, and we celebrate diversity. Because humanity is known for our ability to keep everyone together. 89 pages has more game than Never Going Home, yes. Yeah, here's... This is what they use for orcs. Yeah, you're using a pretty standard orc look. You are from the southern U.S. So, yeah, this is from South Meridian. That's where orcs are from. They also have dark vision. They also have frenzy for melee attacks. Because get into melee with a gun, no. Just honestly, like the thing is, like the most valid character is a human. There's really, you can choose the others if you feel like. Dwarves are fine. So the big thing is when you choose a class, this roles are classes. Your class is going to give you some perks. Some perks are going to be different team perks, or some are going to have prerequisites. But in the end of the day, that's what you get. You get your starting gear and a few perks. So, for example, this is about the Arc, or Arcanists. So you don't have a primary weapon. You have a high-powered pistol. You have a staff, a focus, a helmet, and a caster kit. And you get to choose 2. For example, you can choose to have Magic Bullet. As an action, you can make a special attack with a sidearm. This attack has extreme range, deals 1d4 plus 1 damage, and is burst, where X is half your willpower rounded up. It only uses 1 bullet. You may use this perk 3 times. You regain all expended use when the squad rest. Mending, Message, Teleport. Yes, you can teleport. Which... cool. That's kind of a neat thing. Yeah, like, yeah, all right, cool. You can do, teleport. You can reactively teleport people. Like, all right, that's kind of neat. Chaplains are healers. You want to play a battle chaplain? Go for it. All I'm saying is Vietnam would be a lot more interesting. Snork Black, are you offended by that picture? No, I'm okay. Life's fine. Huge man to murder. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Like, yeah, you have reactive teleporting, and like, yeah, you have a healer, or like, yeah, all right, cool. But like, some of these are pretty like, oh, it's augury, it's blessing. Oh wow, you can reroll 1 failed check, takes no damage from an attack. Here's the thing, one thing about this, like, the one thing that I have a little bit of an issue with this game is that it doesn't lean sometimes heavily into the fact that it's a World War II fantasy game. And sometimes it's like, it's more of a fantasy game with a World War II aesthetic. And that kind of sucks. It's like, oh wow, look everybody, here's the light spell. Here's the, like, no. What? Oh wow, look everybody. You shout a rebuke enhanced by power of your nation spirit. There are no gods, there are nation spirits. You are channeling the power of Uncle Sam to shoot a motherfucker. Any fiends or undead beings within a short range must make a hard willpower test. Yeah, well, this is where things get a little bit more interesting. Here's the engineer. Here's a cycler rifle, grease rifle, bunch of abilities here. More explosives. Here's some trappers. I chose to play a flamethrower because I thought they were silly. You get a flamethrower. Flamethrowers are dumb. Just shoot everyone and just blow everyone. It's a horror. Just become a nightmare creature. Move fast, get in close, and light everybody on fire. That is literally your strategy. Medic is... this is, again, one of those weird things where you have a medic whose job it is to, like, hey, we need to, like, haul people away, but then you have a chaplain who's also that job. It's... if you were to say, hey, the medic is literally a cleric, and that's kind of the joke, like, they're supposed to be healing people in addition to doing everything else, like, oh, all right, that's kind of neat. Obviously, the officer is a human, because, of course, come on. Do you really you don't understand, Cover. It's flame, it's special flame retardant, canisters of gas. Duh. Didn't question it. Oh, naturally, only humans can lead. Yeah, pretty much. Like, here, your squad officer, they are a human. Grunt formating, because that's kind of like the joke with the officers, that they're supposed to be doing like officer things, and they get to maneuver things as well. Like, oh, like, yeah, you can, team perks, like, it's your team, the rest of your squad, everyone has advantage checks, hit the deck. Like, this is kind of cool. Like, it's a cool idea. This is kind of bad, but we don't talk about that. A radio op. I don't know why there's a radio op. like, I get why. It's like, why isn't this fold? Some of these classes can probably be folded in as like secondaries of one another. Like a flamethrower and a radio op can probably go under engineer. Just and put it under engineer because these guys are pretty much the special abilities. Like, oh hey, I'm gonna call down a motor team or a strafing run. Cool. If someone's playing a radio operator, you're immediately some missions are not available to you. Like in general, it's like, yeah, you as a radio op, you're not really going to be playing anything except a kind of open air campaign. You can't get, no one's tunnel fighting with a radio, even though you do get a trench shot. Yeah, the joys of arbitrarily dividing things into classes. Now, mind you, if you were to say like, hey, here is like the engineer class, but you have like, you can choose to be a flamethrower specialization. You can choose to be a demolitions expert. You can choose to be a radio op. That could be kind of interesting, which kind of showing like a character developing over time, being like, I can do a bunch of things because I'm a good engineer. But then you have scouts. Mind you, scouts are directly taken from Valkyria Chronicles, almost 1-to-1. Because they're snipers and can make called shots. Are you ready for Valkyria Chronicles Fantasy Edition? Even, well, more fantasy? Picture this rat creature coming up behind you and just fucking popping your friend in the back of the head. I'd just tomahawk one. Being like, oh no, there's a dead rat creature here. Put it on the pyre where it belongs. All I'm saying is Vietnam rat creatures. It ain't me, everybody. I'm no fortunate dwarf. Big orc, big gongo, brr. And troopers are, I'll give you what troopers are. Troopers are man with gun, the gun of edition. You can get everything you want. You get a bunch, like this is, troopers are the people who shoot. And they do gun things for gun reasons. You don't really get most. The big thing is like you refill on everything. You can't really pick anything up. Whatever you get here is pretty much what you're going to be getting. But like if you're playing a trooper, to me anyway, if you said, "Hey, Notepad, I had a trench shotgun last time. Can I switch it out for a semi-auto rifle?" I'll be like, "Yeah, okay, go for it. That's fine." Or like, "Hey, Notepad, we're going into a tunnel. Can I get an automatic rifle instead of a machine gun?" Yeah, that's fine. Cool. Now, to me, that's how I find it. That would be fine for me. Now, most weapons are going to have various, quirks associated with them, but the thing is, there actually isn't many weapons. These are all of the weapons in the game. For example, the automatic rifle, cycler rifle, grease gun, machine guns. Now, you may be saying, like, wow, these weapons don't do a lot of damage. Yeah, like you may be saying, like, well, these don't do a lot of damage. Well, here's the quirk. Everything is tracked by limb. Every limb has 4 HP. You get hit for 4 damage, it's going to get blown off. Yeah, no, you like even a D4 is potentially lethal, and if you get hit just right, you're going to go down, and they're not going to have fun. Usually, the game it's like burst weapons are pretty good because instead of attacking normally, an area attack can be divided between any number of targets within close range of each other. Just burst, go bing, 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 bing. Can expend 20 shots to make 2 area attacks against 1 target. Flamethrower, light weapons. Like, okay. But yeah, if you want to do trench shotgun adventures and just go in there and blast someone's fucking face off, yeah, go for it. That's why storm rifles are really scary. Semi-auto carbines are nuts because they can minimum do 2 damage, which will pretty much down any of these that do +1 is pretty good. Mostly because for melee weapons, these are, if you hit somebody, they're probably going to feel some pain. But weirdly enough, you can technically kill somebody with 2 unarmed strike to the head. That's kind of weird. Like, if you want to, you can run up to somebody, deck them in the face, and they're going down. But yeah, that's kind of... Satchel charges are very big. Yeah, that's how weapons work. Do you want any more? You don't really need it. Like, armor is directional, and there's only 3 types of armor in the game. There is helmets, which is 2 points of armor to your head. The Farathian battle armor, which is 2 body and head for 2 armor points, and the Gundarian shield, which is protect the wielder's head, left arm, left leg, and body, providing 2 armor points to each location. That's it. Yeah, it is a made-up D&D thing. You're gonna like the made-up D&D things, and there's nothing you can do about it. Ugh. Which is, it's one of those weird things with this game where I don't know if it's intentional that it's supposed to sound D&D-ish, or he just made a D&D game, put it in World War II. Because if you say, like, oh, it's intentional, it's the idea of, like, here's some traditional, very D&D things, but we're in World War II, and we have guns, and we're shooting people, and so things kind of gradually lower in value. Or was it, I have literally no idea what else to do, so I'm making D&D things in it. It's like, it's a odd thing there. I can't tell which it is. But yeah, here is, everyone's got kits. Your kits actually determine how fast you move. Most kits are going to let you move 30. Heavy kits are going to make you move 20 meters. Caster kits, memes. Everybody laugh at the casters. We shoot, and remember, kids, to all of you, to anyone ever curious, Notepad, how do I deal with wizards? You shoot the wizard. You kill the wizard. You see wizard hold up his hands saying oogity boogity boo. You shoot that man. Everybody points their rifle at him and you fire at once. The only good wizard is a dead wizard. Now, mind you, there is also magic items: the Hammer of Thunderbolts, the Helm of Languages, the Helm of Terror, Lantern of Revealing, the Efficient Bandolier, appears to be a quiver of Arab, but what the creature puts it on, it morphs into a bandolier. Yeah, I don't know why this is here. You know, this could be actually kind of funny if it was like the idea of like, hey, here's some like updated magic weapons. We don't, oh, you have the legendary sword of the creator. Doesn't fucking matter. Here's a mass-produced magic fucking, shotgun our expert wizards have created for their best troops. Because then you have like, oh, cool. Like the free shooter's kind of neat. Opening, in truth, the weapon is 1d6 magical shots, rolled secretly by the GM. When a wielder fires a shot, it does 1d6 plus 1 damage. These things can kill you automatically. The last shot is fired, it hits one of the allies. And once the last shot has been fired, the weapon dissolves into smoke. It's like, oh, here's a cool idea. It's not very cool. And, yep. There's no skill system or anything, so you're going to be exclusively using your abilities up here. So, you also have patrols and, how to travel places. There's careful pacing, normal pacing, urgent pacing. When we're moving, how we're moving. You want to force march? We can force march. Have some fun. Woo! Difficult terrain. Well, here's some constraining vehicles. Yeah, they don't want you to be in vehicles, but they also kind of want you to be in vehicles. If loading everybody up into a truck is fine, load everybody up into a truck and just haul ass sometimes. Fuck this traveling shit. Here's some basic environmental hazards, social scenes, talking it out. If you want to convince somebody to do something and they're helpful, roll a d4. If you want to if they fucking hate you, they probably aren't going to listen to it. Leading to I like the fact that there's linguistic barriers, but it's a little bit like, oh, okay. This does also lead. Now, mind you, this does also lead into the fact that there is short rest mechanics in this game. Yes, you can do a short rest. Once per day, you can choose to take a rest. Squad manages to rest uninterrupted for 6 hours. Everyone gets all their hit locations, regain 1 HP. I'll expend the use of perks. And you can transfer characters if you feel like it. When you hit a base, you can transfer your specialist if you want to get a new one. Create new grunts. Specialists may regain any number of items, and that's that. They also play the unfortunate thing where they try to dehumanize the enemy, but instead they just make them look cool. So, how does combat work? Pretty simple. You when it's your turn, everyone's going to make their initiative check, obviously. Like, oh, cool, everyone, haha, initiative. When it's your turn, you can either choose to act in the lightning phase or the thunder phase. This is a cool idea. If you choose to act in the lightning phase, you're going to act first. Choose to act in thunder, you're going to act next. But lightning, you only get 1 action. Thunder, you get 2. So, for example, I'll open this up. Let's say someone rolls thunder. Let's say they have a initiative of 5, and they choose to do lightning 5 or thunder 5. Thunder 5. Someone with a lightning of like 2 is still going to act before the person with thunder. Doesn't matter how high you roll. I do like this. This is actually kind of an interesting idea. Not great, but it works. And then you get to do. What about my grunts? Grunts don't take actions. Whenever they take an action, assume your grunts are assisting in any way they can. Grunts don't do anything. Don't think about it. Take an aim, action already set. So, during the thunder round, you get 2 actions, so you can attack twice, or you can be like, hey, I want to aim and attack. Cool. Neato. Or you want to dodge, you want to maneuver. Or you're reloading. You're rescuing people, or you're trying to put on suppressing fire. Cool. Because suppression. Swap gear. Use abilities. So, the big thing is, depending on your weapon's range, it determines whether or not what the difficulty of hitting is. Kind of like Kuro before. For example, if you are within your weapon's range, if I am within my range, it's going to be D6 under my accuracy. So for manly, you are nearby. I have to roll a 3 or below. I rolled a 2. You're getting flamered. Have fun. However, if it's at your weapon's range, D8, 1 step beyond, more than 1 step beyond. Because guess what? We have abstract distances. Area attacks are kind of the same way. However, the person is rolling, not you. Me putting out a jet of flame does not mean that I have to roll to hit you. It means you have to roll to dodge. And sometimes things can get a little bit hard, such as, hey, if it's within your weapon's range, you can roll a d12. So, hey, there's a grenade on the floor. Have fun. Now, this is where things get a little like, machine gun has a medium range and a burst of 3 property. Target at close or short range have to roll a difficult D12 dexterity test to avoid its burst fire. This would be hard at medium range, challenging at long range. And characters at extreme range are safe. They are beyond the weapon's range and can't be targeted at all. So yeah, you get pinned down pretty easily in this game. Which I actually kind of like. I think it's kind of interesting. Even melee attacks kind of have some interesting ideas with it, which is you're rolling against them. But if they have a melee weapon, you have a melee weapon, you're going to be rolling a d8. Pretty equal. If I have a weapon, you don't have a weapon, it's going to be pretty easy. If I don't have a weapon and you do, ooh. Ooh. Also, taking actions melee is dangerous. If you attack any other target or take any actions other than attacking adjacent characters with melee weapons, may make a melee attack against you as an interrupt. Yeah, don't fire. They're like, I'm going to turn around, being like, and that the little rat creature is going to hop on your back and start stabbing and biting you. Don't trust the little rat creatures. No, little German boy, get away from the rat cave. So, cover, pretty standard. Pretty much increase the difficulty by 1 step. So, get yourself into cover. The more cover, the harder it is to hit you. Except if you have a flamethrower, which, if you have a flamethrower, just ignore all your problems. Run away. Run directly at them. Hold down the fire button. Have everyone die. Right. Yeah, are encouraged to eyeball ranges for speed of gameplay. You know, adjacent, close, short, medium, long, extreme. They kind of say you should use grids. Other times they say you shouldn't range grids. It's a little bit abstract in that regard. This is one of those parts which is a little bit... little bit funky in that regard, especially to assigning hits. Attacks a team is hit successfully, an extra step must be taken. Team's controller decides which member of the team is hit by an attack. Yeah. Oh no, we've been hit twice. Hey, my grunt is going to die. Yeah, you can kill your grunts pretty easily, which leads to dealing damage. You roll the hit location, you do explosive damage. Everyone takes a little bit of damage. Take 4 damage, you're gonna have your limbs destroyed. It's gonna get ripped off. There's no injury state really. Like that was like the one thing I made. Like I made a pretty explicit point about this in Hearts of Darkness, and in turn that particular system when it comes to getting shot is if your leg is injured, you're going to be on the ground and you're like crawling to safety. Like your limb isn't blown off or anything at this point. You are hurting, but unless you hit kind of like a critical point, you're not going to have fun. But I also believe in that you, the player, should always assign hits in that regard. Unless they're aiming. Because that's what it is. It's kind of a little bit more chaotic. You're like, oh, well, I want to do this. I want to do that. I usually like to do that. Why? Because it gives people a little bit more influence on how they fucking die. You want to get your legs blown off? Go for it. Have fun. Yeah, as you can see here, hit location penalized. For some reason, you know, it's before the game, so make sure your group is on the same page regarding graphicness of your detail. Now, this says destroyed limbs, and I don't know why it gives you even the option of body and head, because those automatically kill you unless it's not destroyed. I'm assuming this. Because what happens is, most of the time, let's say you take 8 damage. You take 8 damage to your leg, your right leg is gone, you take 4 damage to your body, you automatically die. Any time of damage that is kind of goes over, it applies straight back to the body. This game is pretty damn lethal. Oh, did I leave? Oh, I left my notepad open. Sometimes I leave my notepad open. Whoops. It's, yeah, rolling for hit location. What I usually do for hit locations is you the player, assign. So you say, hey, you're going to take 30, you take 10 damage. You assign which limb it takes. It speeds things along, as it kind of gives the player a little bit like, oh god, I gotta take damage to my right leg or something. Because pretty much, the best way to think about it is every roll is about 10 seconds. Every roll is kind of like an additional thing that you have to you roll the dice, you gotta figure it out, you gotta calculate it. You lose a little bit of the chaos of the fight. However, it's kind of sometimes speeds things along. Yep, determination. Now, this is actually this is the savior mechanic. You just got shot in your chest. you are going to die. You have taken 5 damage. You can have a flashback. You reveal an unknown piece of that character's backstory, ideally a reason to stay alive, and you saved it, and you saved your character's life this game session. Neato Burrito. Awesome. This also leads to one of the abilities to level up, which is mementos. Once per game session, after a grunt you control dies, you can take a memento from that character, describe it, and whatever memento that grunt, the ability bonus granted becomes permanent. So, for example, for Manly here, if a pro were to die horrifically in battle, he could take Pro's ID tags, and he would increase his fitness to 4. It's like, neat. That's kind of an interesting little idea. You can only do this once per session, but you always get one savior, so one save. And then obviously here's the catching fire, firing into melee, grappling, suppression. I don't know why this is an additional rule. This shouldn't really be an additional rule. This is important. Disadvantage on attack rolls and cannot take dash. At the end of each round, you may make a challenging willpower check. Which, like in most situations, suppression is good. Keep people suppressed. Make sure they don't want to move. Because if you're not moving, you're not causing problems. This is where things get a little bit weird. It's like playing on a grid. You want to abstract things out? Yeah, you can do that. Figuring out dash speed, kind of works, kind of doesn't. This is, however, is what they want you to play on. They want you to play on a large grid. Pretty much each square is instead 10 meters instead of just 5-foot squares. This does bring out the size of the fight quite significantly, and it makes things a little bit wackier when you have to like crowd like 6 little units on the same thing, because guess what? It's fucking 10 meters. You can fit a few people on there. You know, it's ideal for battle to take place in a large area with dense terrain, such as a crowded city block. Whole team with a single token or miniature or 1-inch base. Yeah, it's a little bit weird. And weirdly enough, they don't actually have a... They don't actually have a system for free movement, if that makes sense. To a degree, you're incentive to get your grunts killed. To a degree. They're pretty much your ability to save your ass, and you get something out of it. But, this is usually the big case. Grunts that survive get banked experience points. So if your specialist catches a bullet, you can switch over to one of the grunts immediately, and then you pretty much get a head start. So it's a little bit of A, a little bit of B. You want to keep your grunts alive, obviously, because they're very valuable, but you also want to make sure that you also can bail. You can use them as a that's the best way to word this. As a way to get out of dot, get out of jail free card if need be, and that's your job. Lead them to their death. But yeah, here's some GM stuff. We've all done GM stuff. You already know what it is. Ooh. Using allies, specialist, death, backup characters, rewards. Yeah, pretty much at the end of every mission, every specialist that survived mission gets 1 level. Every grunt that survives banks 1 experience. One of the big things is that you are always leveling up pretty consistently. That's fine. I like that. Ooh. Whether or not TPK is entirely based on how you play the enemies. Games movie only go for a TPK when you feel it's narratively satisfying ending for a mission. Nah, just fucking... If your players rush into a battlefield and get their shit rocked, just start shooting people. Win some, lose some, escalating. Like, this is actually fine. Like, it's fun. Like, this is actually some pretty good... How do I want to... This is some good suggestions for running games like this. It's fine. NPC morale checks. We all like morale checks. Yay. Minor NPCs just die immediately, effectively. Greater NPCs actually are human beings. So that's what it grunts. Instead of tracking minor NPC at locations, like the pool of hit points. So this is how they chose to do this. Building encounters. Yes, right here. Building encounters. They want you to build encounters. And I always thought that was a little bit wonky when it comes to things. I'm like, nah, just do whatever feels mildly appropriate. That's my feeling. Customizing allied troops. Here's some civilians to shoot. I mean, the friend. Meridian, Badger tank. There are tanks, and tanks are technically counted as characters. And I don't know why this is kind of the way it's handled, but it is. They have no vehicle rules. Yeah, but you don't die as long as you can write a cool story, bro. Yeah, you get one of those per session. If you get shot in the face and die, you can tell a cool story to get out of it. You get shot in the face again, you're dead. Yeah, I have no idea why this is. There's no vehicle rules in this game. Like, I feel like there should be, but there isn't. But there's also a lot of monsters. Yeah, you want to fight a dragon? You can fight a dragon if you want. There's no reason to fight a dragon, by the way, but you can. Like, there's no fighter. This right here is actually an impossibility because none of the fighter planes aren't in the game. Like they are not present. Manticores, ogres, giant spiders, wights, dire wolves. No, don't care. So here's the Farathians. The Farathians are bad. They are evil. However, they also have goblins, mouse-sized cousins of hobgoblins and orcs. They usually have a combination of bad ears, prominent nostrils, bulging yellow eyes, and pointed teeth. Used by scouts. Once per round, when this character is missed by an attack or an area attack, you may make a maneuver action as an interrupt. If there are any hostile creatures adjacent to you, they cannot make attacks of opportunity against you. Cool. I don't know why these aren't actual like races included. Because yeah, like, oh, whenever you fail a willpower check, you may re-roll it. The new roll must be less or equal to the number of allies within close range instead of your willpower. That's kind of interesting. It's like hobgoblins don't want to look weak, so it's the idea that if they fail panicking a little bit, like I'm a little bit scared, they kind of kick back. Like, no, fuck you. I am important. But when they're alone, they're weaker. They don't want to be alone. Like, you can't play any of the Farathians. Like, you know, these are the bad guys. You can't play goblins because, again, according to this game, goblins are subhuman. We should shoot them on sight. Hobgoblins being the same way. Which, no planes. Yeah, no planes or anything like that. Do hobgoblins have big noses? Yeah, I don't. Because the thing is, there's like, oh, there's a strict caste system. There's nothing really saying, like, who's running the Farathian Empire. Like, for all we know, it's an orc nation, which has its own large sense of, oof. Yeah, like, the thing is, like, oh, it's remarkably diverse nations. Humans, halflings, even some cinderfolk can be found among the legions. It's weird that you don't have goblins, you don't have hobgoblins, you don't even have elves. Because that would be kind of an interesting way to play, being like, yeah, you're part of Farath. You are a penal battalion, you are a conscript battalion, you don't really want to fight, but you're kind of getting drafted anyway. And it's two hobgoblins, an orc, and a fucking goblin with a rifle too big, a rifle 2 sizes too big for him. Being like, alright, die in the front, have fun. Like, oh. Yeah, like, don't you dare run. If an allied character within short range would fail a willpower check, this unit can attack it as an interrupt. Regardless of whether the attack hits or misses, the target passes the willpower check instead of failing. Like, yeah, alright, I'm kind of in. Like Farathian Discipline. While there are another Farathian character within short range, this character makes advantage on willpower checks. I like the fact that Farath, like, the entire idea behind these guys is that they're fearless. And it's kind of funny because you can do things like, hey, goblins run the fuck away if they get scared. They're just gonna run and they're just gonna book it. Hobgoblins are gonna try to save face if they're around their friends. And if you are together, we are strong. Alone, we're gonna die. Like, we're all gonna fucking die. Yeah, slave cabin or obsolete weapons from the Great War. Now they inspire to fight with simple, genuine problems. For every full year of service, a friend or family member of the choice will be freed. I do like this. Conscripts are fun. I like this. This is a cool idea. But unfortunately, they're the bad guys, so we can't like them. But it's like, guys, can we please, maybe? Also, here's a panther. Want to play want to get a panther take? It's great. Here's a Gundendren. Here's the dwarf Gestapo. They can literally never be surprised. They have a revolver and an axe. Have fun. It's like, oh, cool. Oh no. Yeah, it's. They also employ war golems, which are cool. Yeah, where there's a whip, there's a way. So Farath grunts as a blade of HP. Yeah, to a degree, which I would actually kind of like in a way, being like, you're a bunch of fucking conscripts, and watching somebody die horrifically on, by your side, it's less about like, I'm dragging you to safety because not because you're a grunt, it's because I want you to survive another year for your family, one of your family members to get out. Like, just dragging someone away. Be like, I trust you. We're in this together, man. I like Farah. I think they're kind of neat. They're evil. Don't get me wrong. They're unequivocally evil. However, it's also like one of my favorite things in a lot of these fictions is on the ground where it's inhuman in the face, human on the ground. And it's kind of like the idea of like, we're conscripts. We're supposed to die. We don't want to, but we all want to get the hell out. It's dragging people to safety. Not because they're like evil monsters, it's because our government's forcing us to. And because they don't have rules for some of these things, it's like, really, guys? Really? All I'm saying is Goblin Vietnam would be fun. Yeah, even the dwarves have things like war golems. This is cool. We don't get any of that. Yeah, when it takes a dodge action, all adjacent allies of the golem chooses to gain cover until the end of the round. Yeah, you have like these giant walking tanks of dwarf. Cool. I think it's kind of neat. And the thing is, like, you can like, one of the big things is too is like, you can play, if you want to play a bunch of dwarf, or if you want to play these, it's not too hard to adapt things over. It's a little bit awkward, but it's pretty easy. I think like the hardest one to do with some of the elves because they just don't get a lot. Mostly because elves get this Elven Grace. Actually, Elven Grace. The character ignores difficult terrain and leaves no tracks in soft terrain. That's what elves get. Because elves are scary. They also have fancy fighter bombers, but they don't do anything. No question. And that is Lightning War. I think like the issue with Lightning War is that it doesn't really sell itself very well. Which it feels like there was supposed to be a second book, a third. Like this was supposed to be a series of some kind. Like there was supposed to be more to the setting and more to like more bonus books. Like, oh, hey, here's the expansion book detailing hobgoblins, goblins, and elves, and certain other dwarves, or like more fantasy stuff. And like, all right, that could be kind of interesting. Like, here's more, kind of bringing humanity to what we see as kind of a pointless struggle. But the fact that we only really get the good guy faction TM and the bad guys TM, but we don't get elves. We don't really see like an elven perspective. We just know all elves are evil. We don't get really what, like, we don't get the fact. I didn't even know when I first came in there that, like, I thought Barath was like, oh, they're going to be the all-human evil faction. No, I didn't even realize there were goblins and hobgoblins in there when I first read it. But I'm like, that's kind of interesting. These are actually kind of weird to write that in. Being like, yeah, it's a bunch of dwarves going on a one-way mission into the deep roads to fight fucking hobgoblins in the tunnels. Cool. That could be fun. I'm in. I am in with the idea, but Lightning Ward doesn't quite deliver. It feels like book 1 of 3, but we'll never get 2 and 3. That's the issue. If this book was free, if this book wasn't $10, or if it wasn't like I could see this being kind of popular, but the problem is, it's things like, well, why aren't you just going to play it? It's not World War II enough to get that, but it's not fantasy enough to like sell it elsewhere. So it's in that weird middle point of gray goop. Like, cool. And hopefully I can get people maybe talking about it some more. Like, here's some more stuff. Maybe don't buy it, but look at it. It's kind of neat that way. This is very much a, hey, look, this is kind of neat. Don't do anything else with it, but it's kind of neat. Okay, so the next one we're going to be worrying about, next game, is, I'm going to set this up real fast, and, excuse me, I need to use the little notepad. Okay, I'm alive. Notepad lives. So, the next game we're going to be going over is actually a relatively well-known game. This is Quest. You're going to be amazed when you discover what Quest is about. You're going to be even more amazed when you learn that, god damn it, I keep putting on the wrong fucking... this is the character sheet. If you haven't noticed, I do these in Paint. There's an actual, like, these are technically supposed to be like 2 pages. I just kind of put these together because it'd be easier that way. Obviously, we're using Mary. Mary's a good friend of mine. Mary's a good man. Here's Quest. Wowzers. Oh my goodness. So, what is Quest? Did you wash your... Of course I washed my hands. I can't close my door though, so... So, what is Quest? Well, here's the website. Very... I don't even know how you would... I don't know what you would call for Quest. I would call it... quaint, twee, even a little twee. The entire idea behind Quest is that it is easy and fun to learn. Uses evocative roles, inclusive and approachable. It is a breathtaking product. Like, all right, it's a newbie's game. All right, I can get behind it's a newbie's game. It's a game for people who don't play role-playing games. Neat. You have some basic classes, some basic ideas. All right, where's the Kickstarter? And there's the Kickstarter, everybody. Sponsors. Always Kickstarter. And this was way back in the day. This was a while ago, if I remember correctly. 2019. No, it wasn't. This was not actually that long ago. Yeah, Kickstarter actually made a decent chunk of money, $153 out of $65,000 goal, which very odd. But here's the thing about this game. It uses cards because it's always fucking cards. I don't know why it's cards, but we have cards. Time to make a quest thread. Yeah, awful name for branding. It's kind of hard to even. I don't know what to call this because it's a game built around being simple. Quest is a role-playing game for everyone. It's a simple game TM, and the people doing it is called the Adventure Guild. Now, the Adventure Guild has 2 Kickstarters, one for Quest and the other for Quest, which is a new major expansion, new character catalog, treasure catalog, and limited edition book. Okay, so nothing too big there. Now, one big thing too, no website. This is the only website. However, I looked at the guy writing it, Timothy Sotik. I'm like, all right, who is Timothy Sotik? I'm like, okay, man, that doesn't work too well. Then I found T.C. Sotik, executive editor at The Verge. He was over an internet speed since 2011. Nation's capital as an advocate for the national park system, which continues to be America's best idea. The internet is a close second. Creator of Quest tabletop role-playing game and not involved in any coverage. Additionally, his personal relationship with an employee of Squarespace, he therefore does not report or edit stories about Squarespace or its competitors. This is Sotik. He is a editor at The Verge. I don't read The Verge because I have basic standards for my life. However, I looked around and generally that's who the guy is. On making the world's friendliest RPG. And of course he's good friends with Dicebreaker, because guess what, everybody? Dicebreaker is awful. I hate Dicebreaker. The best way to summarize my thoughts on Dicebreaker, it is it's not Bloomberg. Can't even think about it. What's the fucking name? It's cheap, it's schlock, it's bad. I don't care for it. But yeah, that's TC Sotik. That's yeah, nothing really. Gamergate harassment campaign. Oh Jesus. Yeah, this is the guy who wrote Quest. As you can tell, he's a very important person, and we all like. Okay, he's not even here anymore. Yay, look everybody, it's Quest. We like Quest. Everyone likes Quest. That's it, really. He hasn't really written anything else. However, Quest RPG drive-through, interestingly enough, this is something I want to address. Let's see, is that, no, we want to look up Quest. Oh, God. Where is it? TC, Sotik. God damn it. God fucking damn it. Quest art. This is the worst. I hate this fucking name of this game. We want to do. Where's the store? Here's the store. So here's the thing. This is $40 for the book. $35 for the character book, $35 for the treasure book, $140 for the character deck, $50 for the core deck, $50 for the treasure deck. Digital game book is $15. The character $15, $15. $6 for a character profile pack, which is 10 character sheets printed on durable cardstock, and $7 for a magic pin. Oh, you're paying for this. Oh, yes. You're paying for it. Quest is not cheap. It's not a little game. So when they say it's a game for everybody, what they're actually kind of saying is it's a game for people who can afford it. BuzzFeed, that's it. Oh, Swordfall. Swordfall, he's still going. I respect Brandon. We'll look at Swordfall after this again. So, yeah, Quest was designed in Brooklyn, a part of an island formed on the coast of North America some 21,000 years ago. Thank you for one of the 1,615 people who made Quest real. Oh boy. Twee. It's so twee. Yeah, editor. So, the basic idea behind Quest, the basic idea that you can really get behind is that it is a game that is as simple as physically can be. It is a game for people who do not game. Try to find a place that doesn't have distraction. If you play online, make sure you have a good camera and microphone so your friends can see and hear you clearly. This is actually a fairly important aspect. You can't actually really play this game over text. And it's not the GM, it's the guide. Partners in storytelling. Very twee, very ha-ha. Oh-ho. By having a conversation with your friends. Describes the scene, you tell you what your character does, describes what happens after. Cool. Explore each scene for clues. Acting, narrating, the entire 9 yards. What do you do? Investigate, describe, talk to your fellow party members. Oh no, there's an action scene. One thing is to be special ability. The guide decides whose turn it is based on what's happening in the story. They'll call on you when it's your turn. When each member of the party has taken a turn, the party has completed a round. Then the guide gets a round of turns for all the creatures they control. Now, there's no way to say who's going first or who's going last. This is what you have. Unless there's like something around here as a like an ability, not really anything. This is the character profile. This is actually what your character sheet is all about. Your personal inventory is also your thing, but isn't really much else. But yeah, congratulations. I've taught you how to do the system. Almost. But hey, I'm gonna tell you all how to play Quest. Alright, let's say you choose to do a thing. Alright, we've chosen to do something. Alright, I think we're going to do something. So let me get my handy dandy D20 out. Do I even have a fucking D20 in here? I'm gonna feel really silly if I don't. Do I have a pog in here? Oh, here's D20. So, get my D20 out, and we're gonna roll. I rolled a 15. I did a success. Okay, I taught you how to play Quest. Oh, you wanted more from Quest? You wanted more? No. No. This is literally the entire system right here. You roll a single D20. You read what the result is. Have fun. Anytime something bad goes happen, you're going to take damage. You're going to run out of hit points. Basic weapons do 1 damage. Common weapons deal 2 damage. Yeah, so I have 3 weapons here. A big battle axe, a throwing axe, and another smaller axe. 2 damage, 2 damage, 2 damage. All those do the same. Spells run, you can lose 2 HP from being hit by a sword. Begin with 10 HP, the maximum amount of HP you can have. Whenever you rest for a short time, you're going to recover up to 5. When you complete a full night's rest, you recover everything. Very simple. Very to the point. Nothing really too, I want to say exciting in that guy. So you begin with 6 abilities. You have adventure points. Adventure points are 10. They're a resource you spend to do things. That's really it. And every time you end a session, you choose a new ability. That's what you do. You always have basic goods. You can trade based on things you might want. That's fine. You're always going to have 12 items or fewer. Items can be literally anything, but you're going to have 12 items. No more than that. And yeah, that's it, really. Would you want more? I can't really give you any more because there isn't really anything to do. Well, you choose a role. And the roles are fighter, evoker, ranger, naturalist, doctor, spy, magician, wizard. You enter the scene. You pretty much fill this out. Hi, my name is Mary the Haggler, dwarf. I am years old and I stand 4'11" tall. I am the party's fighter. When people see me, they first notice my jolly smile, powerful build, and intimidating aura of the Slavic people. I wear fine armor, a heavy helmet, and move with a lackadaisical purpose. I'm from a cold and desolate mountain home, where my people are known for their honor, traditions, and merrymaking, and fighting. I believe in honor, but my reckless side can get in the way. I dream of becoming a grand and powerful warrior, loved by many. I have a big axe, a throwing axe, a smaller axe, and a magic flask full of dwarf beer. It is... Now, one of the advantages, you can argue like one of the advantages of this game is the fact that you really don't have anything concrete. You can run anything in Quest. You can run whatever you want in Quest. The issue is you can run whatever you want in Quest with absolutely zero purpose. It's kind of like Rysis in that regard, but Rysis does it a little bit better because you're relying on your tropes. This one is very narrative and very friendly. And if you were to pitch like Quest is a game for kids, then yeah, I think that could work. If it's a game for kids, because it's like, yeah, hey, here's a kid who's like 8 years old, probably doesn't quite understand a lot of hardcore math. Like if they're like, I don't they don't really get math very well, or you want to like teach them a little bit of math, but they can't really vibe with it very much. Like, cool, let's play Quest. Like, well, you're gonna roll, and you're like, oh, well, you get a +2 to resolve. I'm like, oh, okay, roll. Like, oh, I got a 15. I'm like, yeah. If that was the kind of the catch, I'd be like, okay, yeah, I could see Quest being interesting, but like, it's not. I really don't know who Quest is for, and it's obviously popular. You know, you don't choose 6 abilities. You're going to go down a path. Each of these have a path. You must choose speak with animal before you can choose animal partner, before courier, before pair bond, before whisper wind. And anytime you have to spend an activation cost, and you do something. So, for example, let's see. At the table, important keywords. Let's say, oh god, yeah. This is the lore. The lore of the setting. The lore of Quest is yes. You're going on a quest. By the way, don't care. Don't matter. So, for example, let's say the fighter. So, when an enemy within reach rolls a mistake or worse on a basic combat attack against you, you parry their attack and take no damage. If they roll a failure or worse, you may also immediately roll the die to make a basic attack on them. Counterattack does not count as a turn. That's just something you can do. You have a power that says you can do it. And because I can select wild attack. You attack with reckless power, disregarding your own safety. Describe your signature style for this attack. Describe what it looks like when you make it. Roll the die. 14. You deal double damage. Cool. Or you want to provoke. You make a nearby creature angry at you by saying something or making a rude gesture. The target must understand your intent. For the next minute, the target focuses all attention on you. This is what the game is. You're going to pick a few of these abilities. And you're going to manage them. That's at a certain point, you were allowed to select your legendary abilities. So you achieve a transcendent unity of mind and body, allows you to passively channel the magic around you and push yourself beyond natural limits. Or, hey, I'm a champion, or I have the Steel Pact. And this is what every single one does. They even give you a kind of a quick start. You just want to quick start the game? Yeah, select it. It's done. You're good. Everyone's a Slav. You should know that. But yeah, that's Quest. Like, it's hard to describe. It's hard to like go over games like this because like at the end of the day, it's like you're going to roll a 1d20 for everything. Sometimes you're going to spend a resource to do something. If you say I want to wild attack, the GM is going to say yes. You fuck up. Like that's it, really. It's not really like anything too hardcore in that regard. But does it need to be hardcore? For its price, I would want a little bit more. But the thing that I'm a little bit weirded at, again, it's we'll get down, because all of these abilities, don't forget. And the reason why, again, this isn't down here, by the way. I added this. You're supposed to buy the cards. Because, for some reason, everyone thinks in, like, a simple game, you must have fucking cards. And you're going to put out the cards in front of you, being like, wow, look at this. I'm a fighter, and I have the counterattack, wild attack, overpower, provoke, and size up card, like, on my sheet next to me. Like, why? Like, I get reference material. Like, that's the thing. Like, I get reference material. That's fine. I don't get why, like, you have, like, this insistence to, like, add it. Like, these are what I mean by, like, the cards. Like, here's everything here. Like, oh, a printer or alien level 11. Here's some things. And if you were choosing a dueling, just cut it out. Like, you can cut out all these cards. And that's what you get. If you want to, I would suggest doing it on cardstock. Make good, heavy, probably 110 cardstock. You're going to be fine. You're going to get everything you need here. And this is what you're paying for. At the end of the day, this is what you're paying for. You're paying for the nice box. You're paying for all the nice cards, make them all look nice, and everyone's happy, and everyone's going to be okay. And like, oh, wow, you want to make a basic attack? You're going to do, like, yeah. Everyone's going to get a little card. Here's all the little rule handout. Like, if these were, like, really little kids, like, hell, they even have the fucking stop signs in. If, like, these were, like, really little kids, I could see it. But it's like you took 80%, like, D&D and removed 80% of it. That's being a little bit generous there, Pup. Pup. A little bit generous saying 80%. I'd say more like 90. Like, there's really, if you break it down, there isn't actually much here. However, interestingly enough, here's the odd thing about this. Actually, I need to go to itch. This godforsaken land. This is what they want. This is the power of God. They want you to do this. Role playing for Quest. They want you to design things for your particular thing. They want you to buy this. They want you to buy the Quest RPG. And they want you to make the rest of the game. And I find that very weird I find it weird. Because it's like, oh, here's the world templates, or like here's the profession, templates for $3, or hey, it's the character sheet, form fillable character sheet for everything you could ever want. I should have gotten this, honestly. But why? This is 53 kilobytes and you're charging $3 fucking for it. Oh, it's Quest community guidelines. Like, let me actually see. I want to, let's see, resources. Start creating. Community creators license. Like, yeah. Let's see what is the we'll do a little bit of a bit of a look-see here. Let's do a little bit of a look. It'll be fun. We like taking a little bit of a look-see, don't we? Because I'm like, okay, so this is a legal documentation in human language. Venture Guild based in Brooklyn. It's a lot of fun to do because we want to try to welcome an entirely new audience to tabletop role-playing games. Yeah, here's all the legal definitions and all the legal stuff. Yeah, all I'm saying is there's a licensing inquiry here. This isn't like, all I'm saying is this was thought out. This is very thought out. Hell, honest Jesus, there's a lot of things already here. Like, yeah, this was very thought out. Let's just say that. This was not, how do I want to word this? This was not, oh wow, our game did really well. Like, we should do this. No. This was planned. Let's just say this was very much a planned thing that they wanted to do. And they did. Yeah, that's what they did. Here's all the treasures. You can buy little treasure cards. You want to buy little treasure cards? Buy little treasure cards. Yeah, that's Quest. It's buy. That's always kind of like the thing. I'm like, oh, that's what you want. All right, our final game is going to be equally part the longest, probably the largest book that we're going to go over, as well as the shortest one I'm going to talk about, because I just want to insult someone who even looked at this. This, my friends, is Mythender. Ryan Macklin's Mythender. What is this fucking game? Well, Ryan Macklin is a human being, and I'm gonna casually say that it might be a human being. So, let's get rid of all of you. So, Ryan Macklin. I actually did a little bit of looking up on this guy. I'm like, who the fuck is this dude? This is Ryan Macklin. He is an empathy advocate. That is what he works at. He's from Ann Arbor, but he's from Michigan, godless land. All I'm saying is this is a public thing, so I can say all these things, and I don't give a shit. Yeah, he is tabletop game creator, like that's what game writer. Independent project helmed by passionate people, shoestring budget, people who like me and want to respect the reader's time and attention by meeting them where they are. Often as overly busy working adults. Approach has led a dozen industry awards and numerous accolades for my heaviest contribution to the community's body of work. I could not find a single fucking thing this guy wrote. Like, Ryan Macklin awards. Because again, he's won awards. What awards has he actually... a lot of sexual assault. I don't think that's the guy. Ryan Macklin, TRPG. Mythenders. It's just Mythenders. Fate Condense is a streamlined oh, I forgot. Yeah, I know. He was a big on the myth. One of the big things with Ryan Macklin as well, if you actually look at him, he did Fate stuff. Also, Dicebreaker. Fucking Dicebreaker. Yeah, he did a lot of Fate stuff back in the day. And let's see. Who do you follow in? Nobody of value, it looks like. Yeah, no, I don't really care. It's astounding how little I give a shit. So, yeah, Fate Condense, Fate Core, Eclipse Phase, Dredson Files. He's worked on a lot of things as like a writer, but the issue is like, if you haven't noticed, it's all fucking Fate stuff. It's a lot of Fate stuff where it's like backstory cards. Wow. Cool backstory. This is his only real game. The thing that this is Ryan Macklin's Mythenders. This is his thing. And I'm like, what is Ryan Macklin's thing? It's Silver Seller. After, let's see, it uploaded in 2013. It is 9 years old. All right. And it links right back here. Empathy Advocate. Yep. This is who he is. That's all I could really find on the dude. This is... Yeah, he worked on Unknown Armies 3. Like, he worked on stuff. I'm not going to give him credit, but I'm like... I think the best way to word it is... This is the one game which is very much... This is Ryan Macklin's game. Not Unknown Armies 3rd edition. Not Fate, which is a company's game. I'm curious to see how much of like, oh, I've worked on a bunch of award-winning projects. I'm like, how much of it did you actually do? Am I throwing shade at him? Yes, I am. And do I care? Absolutely not. You call yourself an empathy advocate. I have no empathy. So, what is Mythender? Well, Mythender is a very simple game. You are playing... okay, everyone. I want you to close your eyes here. You are playing your teenage selves really cool idea for an anime that you thought would be the super coolest thing fucking ever when you were going through that edgy phase where everything was blood, sex, and fucking, and and the word fuck was the coolest fucking thing you could ever say. You know, when you were about 12? Yeah, that is what this game is. So, yeah. Yeah, before the three of us approached Thor, the so-called god of thunder and mythic Norden's mightiest warrior, he rode down in his chariot down from atop the crackling clouds. His eyes fixed on us, he grew ever closer. Between him and us was a host of Ironhearts, warriors long dead and favored by the gods to live forever as their foot soldiers. I would pity them if it weren't abominations. You can literally feel the edge emanating off of it. And the thing is, he wrote a game called Vancouver. So you play Kratos. You say you play Kratos, you play lame Kratos. You play very lame Kratos. Yeah, this is also another thing. Let this futile charge come, O warrior of Norden. When the skalds sing of your ending, this will only make the song grander, motherfucker. It's like, oh my god. Like, oh god. It hurts. It hurts. It's like, ugh. Oh. Oh. Now, this is the initial thing, is play sheet layout, Fred Hicks. Fred Hicks is the guy who is Evil Hat's main guy. Ryan Macklin is actually one of the interior of source from public domain art. Yeah, so don't worry. So about the game. So what's the basic gist of the game? We gotta do what what is the basic gist of the game? Well, the idea is that you are playing Mythenders. You are people who have been giving mythical power to pretty much kill gods and to end myth. However, you are cursed to become one. And that's kind of like your ultimate, like, oh no moment. Like, you're cursed to become a myth. You are also cursed to kind of stop them. That's a never-ending cycle. However, you're killing things like Thor and Odin and shit like that. That's who you're killing mostly. You're killing actual gods, which all I'm saying is if he posted this about Hindu gods, holy shit, he would have been assassinated by a Hindu immediately. That's all I'm saying. Like, oh yeah. It's kind of the John Romero thing. Ryan Macklin's about to make you his bitch. Like, it's like, Ryan. Oh God, oh God. Ugh. Ugh. Yeah. Where was the? It's kind of like one of the coolest thing you could ever say is, or you'll tell story how you'll tell stories struggling against becoming gods yourself. You live in a vicious cycle of apotheosis and deicide. You must take on corrupting power of the mythic world in order to end its gods. Each time you take on more than much needed power, you take a step away from your mortal soul and step closer to becoming a myth. Or you'll tell stories how you ignore all that humanity business and go pedal to the fucking metal, diving headfirst into the heart of the myth and leaving piles of corpses in your wake. You'll gain power by making mortals worship you as a god. Eventually your comrades will be first to murder your mythic ass. Spoiler alert, they totally fucking will. I hate the writing in this game. The writing in this game. Yeah, also, this game takes inspiration from fantastical movies like 300, Beowulf, Final Fantasy VII Advent Children. I don't know why that's fucking funny to me. It's like, oh, Advent Children. The thing is, like, they even cite, especially the God of War video game series. Like, I was like, oh. My heart, it's dying on the inside from cringe. Yeah, yeah, I recommend the excellent Fate Accelerated. Wow, yeah. Yeah, role-playing, yeah. Look at Fate Accelerated that he helped write. Fuck you, Ryan. Play a real game, please. I don't like Fate very much. So, the entire idea is, two main ways to play this game. Heavy metal blasting movie that would make Michael Bay and Zack Snyder blush, or a deep drama about personal struggle between needing power and the corruption it brings. Yeah. A destruction who risk becomes soon to be axed in the face gods if they aren't careful. Oh God, it hurts. Yeah, like, Mythenders, Metal Android, playing this game wrong. Or playing emo if you want to burst into flames. Like, yeah, it's, the entire idea is that there's the mythic world and the regular world. You are people who have been pretty much tasked with killing. You're effectively Beowulf tier. You are pretty much hero tier who have been given powers to pretty much kill gods. That's your entire gimmick. You kill gods. Cool idea. And right now, this is set in the world of Norden, otherwise known as the really recognizable and easy to understand Odin, Thor, and Loki, because Odin, Thor, and Loki are really easy to kill. Because nobody really cares, and that's okay because of the whole Ragnarok business. Everything's okay about that. Again, it's one of those things, like, if this was about killing Hindu gods, there would literally be riots. People would fucking hate this person. But, we don't talk about that. Now, one of the big things is that, as well as the gods will continuously come back from Mythenders, is once you kill Odin, eventually someone will become a new Odin. Kind of weird, yeah. It's Mythic Atlantis. Rest of the world, take the power of Titans and rise up to end the Olympian gods. Mythic Persia. Find indigenous, destroy the god that forced the war of their people. Mythic China. Yeah, different kind of mortal. The Mythbinders, forces, celestial bureaucracy. Mythic Japan. Mortals during the Meiji Restoration. An Oni thanks to Oni slaying rifle. There's no rules for any of this, but you'll learn there's no rules for fucking anything. Yeah. Mythic Yoruba was like, oh, Okay, Mythic Deep, merfolk become mortals. Mythic Now. Yeah, if all of these seem very different and very weird, the answer is because that's on purpose. Because there's no basic thing. Because there's no, how do I want to word this? Grounding, I think is the best way to word it. There's nothing to really sink your teeth into in that way. And because nothing really makes sense, the mechanics themselves aren't really about that. Now, basic idea. You are a force of fucking nature. You are an independent nightmare creature. Everyone hates you, but you are also kind of light. As it says, a badass motherfucker with a complicated existence. Enough said. Cool. Yeah, now you have basic things called weapons. Weapons are going to be things like the Rage of the Haunted Exile, a weapon too large for a mortal, too ugly for a myth. The entire cadre of autism and assholes, a British colony. These are all count as weapons. One's intrinsic, one's a relic, and one's a companion. These all do things. You can technically put in whatever the fuck you feel like. There's nothing saying you can't. And if this character sheet looks like, hey, wait a second, Notepad, there aren't any stats or anything, and that's very true. There are no stats. Do not think there will be any. Do not. Yeah, one of the big thing is that you're going to eventually become a god, and you're gonna have a bad time. You admits you're super strong. Yeah, you pretty much can insta-kill anybody, and everyone loves you because you're awesome. Never disguised. You can never hide. You cannot easily undo a blight. Blights are like bad mythical things. You can't bond with others easily. Cannot avoid drawing power from people, and avoid witness to mortals. Now, there's a bunch of things here. You don't really need to worry about it too much. This is my favorite part. The motherfucker has a word from Will Wheaton. Will fucking Wheaton. I hate. There is no God here now. There's only Will Wheaton. Yes, Will Wheaton shows up in this book. I already knew I wasn't going to like it. Yeah, no, it's this game does not work well for more than 4 Mythenders, and by not work well, I mean you will have a horrible time. Yeah, you will have a horrible time. One of the big things is this game does really require you to play in person, unfortunately, because this game is very physical in a way. What do I mean by that? Is most things you're going to be doing is going to be setting down these dice and doing things like that. For example, using the character sheet, you're going to have storm dice, which is going to lead to your thunder dice, which is going to give you lightning tokens. But you also have to worry about your might tokens to power your gifts. Now, picture this is your character sheet. You're going to be more looking at it like this, with a bunch of dice over here, a bunch of dice over here, a bunch of dice over, a few tokens over here, and a few tokens over here. Yeah. Who is Will Wheaton? Why is he in my badass simulator? Oh, you don't know who popular, the king of all nerds, Will Wheaton is? How can you not know who the king of all nerds is? He's the coolest, nerdiest guy around. Look how cool he is. Isn't he so cool? He's Will Wheaton. He's king of the nerds. He's Wesley Crusher. Everyone hates Wesley Crusher. I hate Will Wheaton. I think he's annoying. Yeah, Will Wheaton is kind of like when anyone ever says the term soy, Will Wheaton's the first thing that comes to my head. So, yeah, fair warning. Fair few moving, but don't worry, each one has space on their play sheet. Use explained later. So, dice and tokens. Okay, this is where things get a little bit wonky. So, storm dice are represented by white dice. You will need 30 to 40 in order for everyone to hold on to their dice. 30 to 40, mind you. And, you know, if you have fusion, you can share. But you need as many as 15 at any given point. 15 minimum. Or 30 to 40. That's already like, holy shit. Thunder dice are black dice. You need at least 100 for the group. 100. I was like, holy Jesus, mother of fucking God. 100, like, 100, this is, it's like, oh, it's 100 dice. It's like, oh, sweet Jesus. You know, bonus, and these are bonus thunder dice. You just need a few of them. And then you need the big, comically large mythic dice, which is different from everybody else's. Then you'll need tokens, lightning tokens, which you're going to need a good amount of. You're also going to need a few might tokens. Holy crap, that's a lot of stuff. Go have fun with a different game. No hard feelings. No game is for everyone. If you want to embrace rolling fistfuls of dice while shouting, this is a written thing by a human being who is definitely not a man-child. I'ma kill your face, Odin. I hate 2013. I hate 2013. Get me out of here. Yes, this is a word that's being said by another human being. I'ma kill your face, Odin. I hate this I hate this book. I hate Mythenders. I used to like this thing. I hate it. So yeah, 40 dice during later actions, so having dice that fit in your hand, have something at least twice as large. And mind you, you have to count these still, by the way. These aren't just like, oh, no, it's 4, 5s, and 6s are very important. That's how you succeed at actions. You know, not being like, picture the 12mm dice are the kind of the smaller dice. Picture picking up 40 of them, rolling them at once on a fucking table. Oh my God, I am going to kill you. If I rolled that on my table, there would be shit everywhere. Unless you have like a little fucking thing. Unless you have like little guardrails around your table. Or you're playing on a comically large table. Like even that. No. No. It's like a little paper board mat. Oh boy. So, now we have our persona sheet. No, this persona sheet means nothing. The persona sheet is literally nothing. This does lead to... Actually, I can do this. This is the myth. This is kind of like the enemy play sheet. They do their own thing. They have their own set of things to worry about. Now, this is the bond sheet. The bond sheets are all, mind you, there's like going to be 4 or 5 fucking sheets out here. This is me also dealing with all the little cards that you're supposed to print out. Like you should be printing out the little blight cards, because they're all a little different. Or just use a note card. There might be 3 or 4 fucking little note cards around. There's a bond sheet in the middle of the fucking table. One guy's got like 2 myth sheets over on the other side of the fucking table. You all got this. You got like 40 fucking dice apiece. It's like, holy shit, who made this game and why are you evil? Mostly when you realize very quickly. Now, this is one thing I'm like, what the fuck? How do you do? If you have time, 90 minutes or so, you can do a full Mythender creation. Write down answers to these questions, your heart and past, or quick Mythender creation. Only do quick Mythender creation. If you ever do anything other than this, you're a fucking idiot. So, popular culture method, or just choose whatever you feel like. Doesn't matter. Now, this is where things get a little bit wonky. So, at the end of the day, this is what you're going to be picking first. You're going to pick your past, your heart, and your fate. This is effectively who you were. This is the kind of like your class in a way, and this is what you're going to eventually turn into. For example, Tak is the exiled crusader of war. He is a weird loner who is fighting the good fight, and he's going to turn into a war god. Yeah, all of these, and you all have slightly different things. Don't forget about all the little past things. Here's all your fates, and just choose. Doesn't fucking matter. And you get to write in whatever you want. Intrinsic weapons are what you constantly demonstrate against your foes. They take form of skills, which are other emotions, talents, or beliefs. Relics are actually like weapons. And companions are literally people that you use to do things. They all do, effectively, the exact same goddamn thing. All of them do the same thing. When it comes to making good weapons, ask yourself, how will I complete destroy gods and monsters with this weapon? Obviously, for tack, I chose these. Quick weapon creation, if your weapons are inseparable. Difference between weapon types. And then we have our mortal. Then we have our Mythender, our mortal form. What do we look like? What's our fate, becoming a god? What's our dream that haunts us in our nights? What's our personal blight? Our various forms. Because don't worry, we're going to be becoming monster gods. It's just bonding with others. Fucking bonds. Then we do choose our first gift, which is always tied to our heart. And then our basic storm rating, which is normally going to be 3. Yeah. This game's a little bit weird. So, I'm going to speed through this because it's really boring. I hate to break it to you, this is really boring. It's mostly about these questions and you get a single gift. The gift usually does things like this. Power you wield comes with violence and you inflict. Most mythic hearts take violence in, releasing its power later. You needn't wait. You have learned how to channel your heart more efficiently. And we do this. This is what Mat Fast Strike does. Usually it's do one thing, charge or drain a weapon. That's how it works. We go all the way back up here. Oh, don't worry. We got a lot of time. Oh no, what are we turning into? Oh no, we're turning into monsters. Oh no. I feel so sad. Aren't you so sad, everybody? Why aren't you sad? You should be sad. Yeah. Now, this is also I should also notice that this is a one-shot game kind of thing. This is a game you want to play once. Which you really shouldn't be playing more than a few times. With the same character anyway. Because it makes it sound like you really have choice or it really matters. The only one that really matters is the heart. Because the heart is going to give you a different thing here. That's really the only thing that truly matters. Unless you care a lot about the lore behind things. But it's like, I don't really care. So, we're going through. This is fine. Longer adventure. We can do more. Woo! Let's explore. Don't. Why bother? There's no point. Ooh. Yeah, so this is what I mean. Like, this game is very tiring to read because there's a lot of this. And, alright, so this is the combat tutorial. Yes, there's a combat tutorial. Now, this isn't just a simple little thing when it comes to, just a little tiny thing. Oh no. Oh no. This is a full-on, almost, not really even choose your own fucking adventure. This is literally just something that you are going to have a full walkthrough of how combat works. At once. All the time. Oh, we'll keep going. We're going to keep going. Don't worry. We're almost there. We're almost done. We're almost getting it. We're so close. We can do it. Oh boy. We did it. Yeah. Here's the issue. I'm going to tell you, as I'm trying to go here. A vast majority of the game is fucking white text like this. It's very hard to read sometimes, because it's boring as shit. It is... How do I want to word this? How do I want to word this? It is annoying. The game is annoying. Because at the absolute end of the day, what you're doing is something very simple. So, I'm going to open up my Notepad document. What you're going to do is that you are going to charge a weapon. You're going to charge a weapon. You're going to roll your storm dice. Roll storm dice. And on a 4, 5, or 6, you're going to get, and on all your storm dice, you're going to get a thunder dice. Okay, cool. That's what you're getting. You're receiving something. However, you're also going to be rolling your thunder dice, which on a 4, 5, or 6, you're going to get lightning. You're going to get a lightning token, and then you are going put this over here. You're going to spend lightning to do something. That is how 99% of all actions are going to do. That is what you're going to do. You're going to roll your storm dice to get more thunder dice to spend lightning to do something. The more you spend things to do, you're going to get more things. Most of it is going to come down to doing this. You're going to charge a weapon, drain a weapon, charge a weapon, drain a weapon, charge, drain, charge, drain, charge, drain, charge, drain. You're going to be pretty much doing that. You're charging a weapon. You don't do it. You don't get anything right away. You drain it to get something. That is 99% of what you're going to be doing. So the big thing is you want to get as much, oh god, so good. You want to get as much thunder dice as possible. That's kind of the idea. You're going to get as much thunder dice as possible because the most thunder dice you get, the better you're going to be doing. The more you get, the better you're going, the more you're going to be able to hit them. However, you can also add things like the mythic die. The mythic die is going to pretty much charge you to become higher fate, where you're going to get more corruption, which is allowing you to become stronger in exchange for bigger issues. Then yeah. But it's epic. You roll 28 storm dice, then you get to roll your 15 thunder dice, and then you get tokens. Oh boy! It's so much fun, isn't it? Occasionally, if you describe yourself doing something super cool, you get to add the mythic dice to everything, and you get more tokens. Woo! And it's like, oh, okay then. Like the blight, like the big thing with the blight is that they allow you to charge up to add more things to it. Like the more you get, you want to charge blights to make them stronger, to make them bigger and more like impressive. But like, yeah, form your action, describe being awesome. I hate the word awesome. Oh, you'll describe it being totally fucking awesome. Yeah, cool. No. Anytime you call anything awesome, it's immediately not awesome anymore. That's the basic law of the word of awesome. Doesn't work. Like, oh, that's kind of neat. That's awesome. No, you never say it's awesome, though. It makes it immediately lame. And then you get all the and then forget about the tokens, and then we have to scrap the corruption box. You'll roll a bunch of dice, pick out successes. It's about deciding what leads to rolling what those dice and what to do with the successes. That's it. It's a very simple game. That's the problem. It's a very simple game. You might have you have 3 actions. Oh, it's a legendary action where it's not really that impressive. It's a mythic action. Oh, look at me. I'm super cool and I get to do some cool things. Magic. Nothing's defined though. Like you can say, like attack for example could be like, I'm using my weapon. I'm throwing my giant blade to hit the person with, that Oh, that's a mythic action. Cool. That's all it is. It is no different than saying, I'm performing a mythic action. Cool, do this. Or, I'm performing a titanic action. Cool, do this. Like, neat. Like, that's all you get. Haha. Haha. Oh. Yeah, this is the big thing. Is you're going to charge the more you charge, that means you're going to be able to get more dice to add to things. You're going to get more dice, or you're going to get more might tokens. That's what you really want to do at the end of the day. If you're making an attack with a weapon, you're not making an attack with a weapon because it's the cool thing to do. You're making an attack because you need to charge it. It's like, I want to hit this person with a sword, but I've already charged up all my dice, so I have literally no incentive to do that. There's no reason for me to do that. I want to charge something else. Yep, and then... gain 2 bone storm dice, and then that's how you're going to get more storm dice. You're going to be charging, and then moving your weapons. That's it. Whoop-de-doo. We've done it, everybody. It's great. For myth, the middle charge of all intrinsic weapons. Ooh. All bonus dice for relic weapons become thunder dice for free. Cool. Because you always want thunder weapons. And it's like, oh, Jesus. The more you charge, the more you get to throw. Gain bonus dice for action for charging a blight. Neat. We want to try. And then you're going to drain everything. The more blight, the more problems there is, the more powerful it is. So you want to continually use the blight to make things bigger. But how do I want to word? Like, what's my biggest issue with this game? What's my biggest true fucking issue with this game? It's hard to actually kind of word it, but no, I know how to word it perfectly. You can say, "Be cool" all you want. Ah, this is cool. This is super cool. This is super cool. This isn't super cool. You're telling me it's cool. You're saying this is the coolest goddamn thing ever happening ever, and it's super awesome and cool and neato and awesome, and why aren't you being cool yet? You should be cool and awesome and neat and awesome and cool. Do you see an issue, however? The more you choose to say it, the less it becomes. At the end of the day, this game is not necessarily a game about doing cool things. It's a game about rolling some dice to get other dice to roll to get tokens. Then you spend those tokens to do something. It's kind of dull. Like, it's like, oh, this is neat. It's story game bullshit. You clap your hands, you walk away. That's that. And that's kind of the issue with it. Yeah, there's some interesting idea. Like, one of the big things is since you're always getting power, you're always getting more and more power, your fate is always increasing. So that means you're getting new gifts. However, your corruption is also gaining, but corruption is good. You want to get higher corruption because you start off with more power. So it's good to be really powerful, but it's like, oh no, unfortunately, you're also really strong and big and scary, but you're also becoming a god you're trying to fight. It's kind of a chicken and egg scenario. Like, if you keep saying this is cool, it's not going to be cool anymore. But what it boils down to is a numbers game. That's what it is. It's an accounting simulator. You're accounting for numbers. You're describing what's the best time to drain it to get how can this catastrophe benefit me more than anything? And it's just the writing is like, ugh. So, let's see. After everything, you're going to push forward. And what you're going to do is you're going to spend those lightning tokens to do something. So, you don't, like, how do I want to word this? You're not necessarily hurting somebody with your sword. It's because you got a bunch of lightning tokens saying you can hurt someone with your sword. Then you spend them. You're spending a currency. That's what it boils down to most of the time. You spend a currency to do something. And that's kind of like, eh. Like, eh. Now, there is one interesting thing, and like, I kind of like the wound system. It's kind of interesting. Pretty much the idea behind a wound is, oh no, you've been wounded. Let's say you've, we'll go to Tack here real fast. Let's say Tack hits a 3, he gets wounded. What he's going to have to do is he's going to take all his thunder dice, he's going to roll them, and anything that is under 3, he's going to remove. He's just going to remove all the dice there. He doesn't have them anymore. And it's like, oh, that's kind of, it's a little bit interesting. You know, it's like, oh, pretty much the more you're getting hurt, the more you are losing. But you can lose a lot quickly. Your first wound, you may lose a shit ton of your dice, but you might be on 5 and lose only a handful if you don't have that much. I like that idea. I like it. But it's like, oh. But at the end of the day, it's, oh, you can only inflict 1 wound. Oh, well, you have to pay thunder. It's a, what's the, spend equal to the wound cost. There we go. I need to spend 3 tokens of lightning to wound. That's what it boils down to. It's a bad war game. Not necessarily. It's, I see what the point, I see what the goal was for this game, but the problem is it's like, have a bunch of have resource, spend resource, gain new resource. It's almost a Euro game in that regard. If any of you have played Catan before, that's what it is. You roll the dice, you say, okay, you say, all right, cool, 5. You get 2 sheep, you get an iron, I get a wood. Okay, looking at this, I'll trade you 2 wood for this. You can give me that. I'll give you this. Here, I'm going to spend all the wood to build some roads over here. That's what this game boils down to. It's a Euro game at the end of the day. Now, if this was a board game, all right, I'm in. Could be interesting. You have a big old mini or whatever in the middle. You have a few characters. You're looking around, and it's like, okay, there's a big old collective pool of dice, and we're like, all right, I'm going to draw from our storm over here. I'm going to draw like 10 dice, and we'll roll a bunch of dice, and we're like, okay, we can do this. I'm tactically planning around here. Some of it gets discarded. Some of it's going to get converted. That could be kind of interesting. So you could have, like, it's kind of like a collective fight that you're trying to overcome. You're using your powers to overcome the enemy. But you're also kind of going back and forth. That could be interesting. I am invested. I would like this. This would be cool. The problem is, it's not that. It's trying to be a role-playing game. And as a role-playing game, I'm bored as shit. Like, it's going to be the problem is, I know who I am. I'm going to be the one who's going to sit down there and he's going to do the math. And that's what I'm going to want. I'm going to do the math. And if you do the math, it's like, oh, yeah. If you choose, you can, and anytime you die, guess what? You can come back to life if you want. If you do, you immediately gain corruption. And that's bad. You don't want that. Myth, death, and being screwed. Yeah, it's you can get more. End of the battle. All the Mythenders have dead. Oh no. The myth is ended. The fall, describing the end, aftermath, the offend of a god, discard lightning and thunder and lightning. Convert all the blights, gaining more might. Yeah, the main thing what you want to do is that you want to get as much might, you want to get as much things kind of in like the middle bits, And it's like, and again, like the myth seems interesting. Like, oh well, so they're gonna break their weapons slowly to get a shit ton more resources to fuck your day up. Cool, that's interesting. But basic bat: build up thunder, use blight, pool lightning. Every wound matters. Drain might. Ugh. Yeah, this is what it kind of boils down to. It's a resource game. It becomes resource management, and I'm not in. Original, yeah, but I might. I think the best way to think about it is that there's a reason why we don't talk about Mythender anymore. Let's just say that. There's a good reason we don't talk about this game anymore. Because why bother? Ooh. Yeah, it's like, oh, like, I don't, like, what? Do you care? No, I do not believe so. I think that's kind of the issue. Is that I think that people thought this was a fun novelty and nothing much. And there's more, mind you. You can get a lot of, a lot of myth, a lot of fates, a lot of stuff. And it's gonna, yeah, drifting and hacking, drifting weapons, drifting scale. Is there an interesting game? The thing is, like, is there an interesting game here? Maybe. But I'm not interested in it. Is this somebody's? I'm gonna say, is this somebody's game? Yeah, I think this is somebody's game. I think someone's going to really enjoy this. And the people who are going to really enjoy this are the people who want to play a resource-heavy management game, who want to say, I'm gonna kill Odin in a completely unironic tone. And those people deserve the cross. Was there anyone who did? Obviously, people bought it. That's like one of the things. Somebody obviously bought the game. Actually, wouldn't bought, but like downloaded the game at least, because it's free. You can get it right now if you want. That's the end. Generally speaking, games are odd. We've encountered a couple games today. Some weird, some interesting, some delightfully average. But overall, it's a exercise in thinking about cool things, about finding interesting games to show others. However, it's our favorite time of the day. That means, yes, we're going to go to Kickstarter real fast. We're going to look at what's on there, and then we're going to wrap up. Because, again, as I've said multiple times before, Kickstarter is an important part of the hobby. It is something very essential to the hobby at this point. And because it is such an essential part of the hobby, we always gotta learn more about it. What's popular, what's poppin', what's not. We can always find what's on there. And stock market games. Ooh. $10, that's a crypto dude. Let's see. Solo card reveal game. Nope. Anglo-Saxon 3D printable. See, I hate. Guys, please. STL files, Alkin STL files. Is that an STL file? STL files. Ooh, we got a new game. Where's the NFT at TRPG? Those were actually around for a while. There was a few that popped up, and they immediately got shot. They immediately died violently. And they went away. Let's just say they went away very quickly. They were there, and then they left. Those are just nudie models. No one's gonna use that. Let's see. World's smallest RPG. Wow, cool. Wow, there's not a lot. Merchant House, Normandy, Halfling STLs. Those are just legally distinct. Those are just legally distinct hobbits. Oh, a real-time card game. Reign of Discordia. Oh God. What? 5e and a White Star? What the fuck? Victoria's saying a Dark Adventure for 5e. Nope. Another 5e. We love 5e. A steampunk campaign for Rice's The Anything RPG. Oh. That's a new one. That's a new one. Rice is getting on. Okay. Warzone Eternal, an officially licensed skirmish miniature game set in Techno Fantasy Mutant Chronicles. Cool. Budo Sumo. All right. How to lose a guy in 1 DM. Oh God, that's a future I don't. We live in a society. Everyday heroes. Secrets of the Vibrant Star RPG. Cool. Fantastical option. It's solo RPG. Nope. Union Stockyards. Oh boy. Euro games. Woo. Joystick Heroes, a board game about playing video games. That's... Oh, sweet Jesus. Post-apocalyptic American Gothic horror TTRPG. All right, that's something new. Won't betray me, right? It won't betray me. It can't. A neo-noir TTR Covenant Crucible, a game of modern witchcraft. Cyborg Sniper. Okay, we've already been over a lot of these. Yeah, a lot of it. We went over stuff last week. Let's actually Realm of the Guy and Enoch Starter Edition. All right. Sura, Enoch Lies in Ruins. Interactive tabletop role-playing game designed for 2 to 6 players. Use the Rogue. Okay, Rogue is designed by Ultra. Utilize 8-sided dice, aggregate dice pools. Okay, what's the tell me more about the Rogue game system. Is this an actual game system or is it something that you made? Yeah, no. This is I think this is his particular game system. So 8 attributes, 40 skills. Hmm. Hmm. Is this wait? A character's mental and psychological disposition. All right. This is kind of all right. Like kind of weird, not going to lie. I'm in. All right, Pog. You know what? You're asking a lot of money there, brother, but I'll support you. Guy and Enoch. Interesting. Looks a little bit weird, but I'm in. Strike HQ. This is a card game. Headquarter Atomic Strike. Headquarter support. Cool. Oh, gameplay art Commands and Conquer Red Alert. Oh. Oh, that's kind of interesting. A little board game. Neat. So this is based off of Be a simple trader, mounted defense against the Relic. It's a true 20 game originally. One for the White Star, the old school Renaissance game that reaches back to the era that inspired the setting, and 5e, among the most common and popular tabletop RPGs. That is both sad, and I just feel sad for that. Owen Steffens, what have you done? Mr. Steffens, what have you been doing? 2e, Starfinder. Why didn't you make this in Starfinder then? Because it's literally in space. Why? No, don't question it. Don't think. No, head empty. Oh. That's kind of neat. It's based off a novel. So he got the rights to make an RPG setting effectively based off of a novel. And he was allowed to release it under... where are you from? Oh, he's from the UK. All right. I mean, cool. All I'm going to say is cool. Yo, shine on, brother. You are doing the work. Starfinder's poo-poo. Yeah, but when you have a space fantasy setting, dude, just make it in Starfinder. Yeah, like the thing is, like, this is kind of like, I'm in. I like Rises. Rises is fun. It's a fun game. I mean, it's weird, but all right. Or it's like cool, weird, but cool. I mean, I'm in. Kind of a weird thing to even think about, but he got the rights to make a book based off it. He's gonna sell it. It's for fucking Rises, which can do anything. So cool. Shine on, brother. That's all I can say. This is the weird 5e Magical Girl Sentai tabletop game. There's some weird shit with this game. The more I've realized over time, it's a weird game because it's It's a weird Sentai game. It's a Magical Girl game. It's a Magic School game. It's a Pokemon game. It's fucking everything, and it's 5e because it's always 5e. Why don't just make your own, dude? Just make your own fucking game, please. Beg my brothers, please. The Magi Knight Project. MagiKnights.com. What? Oh my, what the fuck? Where are you getting your money? Like, who's paying for this? Like, something doesn't seem right with this. Where's the gimmick? Where's the... You're a Salgi. What is that? What's the gimmick here? There's nothing here. There's no gimmick or anything. Am I going insane? Something doesn't seem right with this. I can't put my finger on what it is. Something doesn't feel right. Probably funded by the more... Wait, didn't... 5 days ago? No. When did this launch? May 17th? I could have sworn this came out before. Am I losing my mind? Like... I'm no. I'm curious. Yeah, this was the one that was doing with like D4s. That was what I remember. It was like fucking D4s. Oh, sorry. I just had a fucking. Oh my god, I'm having a fucking stroke. Walter Norton. Oh, I cannot wait to toy with this system to homebrew a crossover with Twilight 2000 and Morkborg. Because nothing says. I fucking hate you. Walter Norton, please die in Minecraft violently. No. I'm peace. I am peaceful. Life is okay. I am happy with life. Everything is fine. So, Backwater Games. You've done something else. Southern Gothic Horror. I don't remember this for some reason. This got mentioned a few times. I don't remember when, but it was another game with a similar pitch. American Gothic. Exploration horror. Stick it to the man. New. Technology. Character archetypes. What system are you using? A statement on racism. Okay, use backwater tabletop role playing game. Alright. So. Oh. D20 except for everything. Alright. That's cool. Alright. I mean, it looks a little derivative, but it could be interesting. You've piqued my interest. Will I say you will succeed? I give it a 50-50. Line because magic works. D12 system, streamlined system. That's always streamlined systems. I should just try to sell a game that's like completely fucked system. Like, am I like going insane? Like, yeah, this system isn't streamlined at all. It's just terrible. It's awful. Everything is on fire. Have fun. Like, it's gonna be great. So, template, finished product mean writing, art, getting file set up, storyteller resources, house info. Okay, so what is it? D12, 9 skills, 7 sub skills. Oh, so it's a D12 game. You need a year to write. So it's gonna be 95. It's gonna be 95% lore. You're gonna have to wing it. You need $25,000. Holy shit! What the fuck are you gonna do with $25,000, brother? Jesus Christ Almighty! Whew. Brother in Christ. All right, that's pretty much it. Like that. There's nothing else here really. People continue giving die money for some reason. Don't do that. Why? But my name is Notepad Anon, and this was a curious case of Notepad's Folder 4. This will be uploaded next week. Next week is going to be nice and simple, nice and easy, nice and quiet, because I like quiet. This week we're going to be working on Trenchfoot. We're going to be working on that a little bit. That'll be fun. And generally speaking, we're making good time, good progress. And yeah. So, thank you everyone. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Godspeed, good luck as always. This will be uploaded to YouTube as well. No, don't you worry about that. The last stream, the last Curious Case, will actually be uploaded probably tonight. Or actually, it might be tomorrow is when I'll make it go live. So, if you want to go over the old stream, do it like that. And always remember, kids, watch the videos at 1.5 speed. minutes. Why in God's name would you want to listen to this voice for 5 fucking hours? All right, Godspeed, good luck. Catch you all on the flip side. I am away. Goodbye.